All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get this meeting started. It is Tuesday, January 25th, 4:30 p.m., and I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. I want to welcome and thank all of my board colleagues who are joining us today, Dr. Stubblefield and the rest of our staff, and any guests that we may have present with us this afternoon, either in person or watching us on YouTube as well. Welcome and thanks for joining us. Before we get started, I'll read our board norms and protocols as we do at every board meeting. As board, we agree to respect the differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we are following our norms when conducting district business. Again, thank you for joining us. Welcome to everybody, and we're glad to have you. Ms. Smith, would you please do a roll call?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, present.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, present.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And before we approve the agenda, I would actually make a motion to amend today's agenda to add a few items. I would motion to add approval of modifications to the 22-23 calendar under our board update item today, and also add a boundary committee update under board discussion today, and to include an update on testing during our board discussion item B, which is already listed on the agenda. So I would motion to amend the agenda to add those three items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or questions?
Could you say that again, please?
Yes, ma'am. So I am asking to amend the agenda to add, one, the approval of modifications to the 22-23 calendar under the board update section of the agenda, to add under the board discussion section of the agenda a boundary committee update, and third, under the board discussion agenda item B, to include an update on testing under that agenda item that's currently listed. There's a motion and a second. Any other questions? If not, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Great, motion carries. Thank you. I would now entertain a motion to approve tonight's amended agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Not Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll jump right into our agenda. First up on our agenda, would entertain a motion that the Kansas City Board of Education recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in the order to protect the privacy interests of parties involved under COMA, going in at 4:34, I'm sorry, for 15 minutes.
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will return soon. Thank you. Okay, motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith? Thank you.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries, Randy Lopez,
Andy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page, Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're back in open session. I now entertain a motion to recess to executive session for teacher negotiations pursuant to the exception for employer-employee negotiations under Kansas Open Meetings Act for 15 minutes, going in at 4:54 and coming back out after 15 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries, Randy Lopez,
Andy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page, Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. open session, please?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith, roll call. Oh, sorry. I need to do it again. Motion to return to open session, please. Sorry, Rashid.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries, Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Rhonda Brownlee Page, Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you. We're back in open session. Motion to return to executive session for 10 more minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries, Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Rhonda Brownlee Page, Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries, Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are back in open session. Thank you, everybody. And again, welcome. I see we have a few more guests than when we first started, so welcome to all of our guests who are here present with us this afternoon and to anyone who might be joining us on YouTube. Welcome to our regular board meeting today. So we'll continue on with our agenda. Next up is always one of my favorite parts of the agenda. We will have our awards and recognitions, and we will start with Employee of the Month with Miss Jody Mitchell. Jody.
Good evening, Board, Dr. Stubblefield, and Board
Evening.
President.
Good evening.
I'm here tonight to award our January Employee of the Month, who is Miss Melissa Malcolm, and she also is joined by her Assistant Principal, Mr. Burnell. So if they would join me here at the podium, that would be fabulous. So Melissa is our MTSS coordinator at Central Middle School. She's been with the district since 2013 and spent the last couple of years at Central. Her nominator is Cassie Kincaid, and Cassie has a lot to say, but I won't read it all. You can look on the board agenda for it. But some of the highlights upon Melissa's arrival, she noticed that Central, as a 105-year-old building, was a little worn around the edges. So she took it upon herself to beautify, completely redecorated the teacher's break room, started water service for the staff, single-handedly ensured that there is a brightly colored and encouraging bulletin board in every single hallway, makes coffee for the staff every morning. I need to come over to the school. She also started a school store so that students can be rewarded for living up to their pride traits, which is perseverance, respect, responsibility, integrity, determination, and engagement, by earning Cub Cash. And during the pandemic, when students were in remote learning, she wanted to lift up student spirits and keep them motivated, so she took the store, on the road, literally. You stocked, packed, and delivered over 1,000 packages to students' home during the 2021 school year. That's pretty amazing, Melissa. But she's not done there. This year, you also started a Cub Crew mentoring program for the students, where 8th grade leaders go to 6th grade advocacies once a month to teach social emotional lessons. So that's just a few of the highlights from the nomination, but very great job. I would just please help me congratulate Melissa on her nomination, and I have an award for her.
All right, go Bear Cubs. Congratulations. All right. You getting up there.
Great, thank you, and again, congratulations. Next up, we'll hear from, we'll invite Mr. Stephen Linkus, our Chief of Staff, to come up and do our Student of the Month recognitions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board President Lopez, Vice President Clark, fellow members of the board, Dr. Stubblefield. Thank you for the opportunity to come up and present some of our best and brightest. It's always an honor to get up here. And first of all, I just want to thank our teachers, administrators, and staff for nominating students. To choose the 4 this month was a taxing duty. And I would rather have the taxing duty as a committee, because that means a number of kids were nominated, and it really made our job hard. So thank you to staff for doing that, and please continue to send us those names. We're going to go ahead and get started with our first winner, and her name is Serafina Klimek. She is an ECE student at Morse Early Childhood and was nominated by Layla Hauser, the speech and language pathologist. So the family wants to come on up. I'm going to give you this medal, and then we'll get you a chance to take a picture up front.
I'm Layla Hauser. I am the speech and language pathologist that nominated Serafina for this honor because I love her dearly. But my nomination went like this. I have known Serafina for nearly 2 years. She is a delightful child who exudes her middle name, Joy. She is a very bright little girl who has worked hard every week to make terrific progress. It has been my pleasure to work with Serafina, and I look forward to our conversations each week. She is a talker. She has lots of things to tell me. Serafina is a wonderful friend to her classmates. She is patient and kind, always willing to lend a helping hand. She has become a special friend to one of her classmates who is 2 years younger than she is. And her friend is not able to use his words to tell her how much he likes her, but you can tell by the way they interact. He enjoys being with her, and she is happy to be a helper and a caring friend. Her teachers can count on her to set an excellent example for her peers. I am so thankful for Serafina and the joy she brings to my heart and our school. We are very proud of her.
So if we could have someone take Serafina up front so she can get a picture with our superintendent and our board president.
Picture with your medal, okay?
Stubblefield. Wait. Stubblefield.
Yeah.
Down in the front.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much. And we were greeted with Serafina's great smile when we got to Morris the other day, and her mom was there, and it was a lot of fun. And her brother actually came over from another room and was over there to talk to us as well. So it was a great time. So thank you, and congratulations to the family. Our elementary student that we would like to honor is Alexis Ortega Guzman, who's a 4th grader at New Chelsea Elementary. Was nominated by Patricia Stripling, the 4th grade teacher. I did not see them come in, so what I'm going to do is go ahead and read what was written just to give Alexis some honor. Alexis is a very committed student. His work is his top priority. Even when he misses class due to strings practice, he does not need reminders to complete the work he missed. He shows maturity in his choices in and out of class, respecting classmates and teachers, making responsible choices, and looking out for others. As his teacher, I admire his quiet but effective peer leadership and his enthusiasm for his classwork. It is my privilege and my pleasure to be his teacher. So thank you, Ms. Stripling, for those great words. And even though you're not here, we got a great picture of you up here. Alexis Ortega Guzman and family, felicidades a ustedes, and congratulations. Our next student is an 8th grader at Carl B. Bruce Middle School, and that's Victor Banuelos. He was nominated by Breonna Garlington, the JAG Hay Career Specialist. I actually saw him today, so I know I didn't wear the same suit on multiple days. That was today. But he was not able to make it tonight. We were able to talk to him, and I know they were trying to work it out with mom and parent to get here. It just didn't work out. But I also want to read his nomination. The first week of school, I vividly remember his inquiry. Are we going to learn about stuff like taxes in here? That's some real useful information. I was very tickled by this outburst, but replied with a calm, of course. Is there any other real-world subject you would like to learn more about? I can personally attest to Victor's hunger to learn and yearning for new knowledge. Mr. Banuelos has a future hopes of working in the expansive field of IT. He has even expressed interest in extremely complex concepts such as cryptocurrency. So, felicidades a la familia de Victor Banuelos, and congratulations, Victor, and your family. Our 12th grade student I know is here from FL Schlegel. Idali, if you want to come on up. She's also here with her principal, Miss Yolanda Thompson. On behalf of the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools, we'd like to honor you as our High School Student of the Month. So let me go ahead and put this on you, and Miss Thompson will be happy to read the great remarks that your facilitator made about you. Make sure we get this. Nidali Caldera Tiscareno is a 12th grader at FL Schlegel and was nominated by David Harrington, the College and Career Facilitator.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Italy began the year with a goal to become a certified nursing assistant by semester's end, and she has worked through the challenge after challenge to make that goal a reality. She was greeted with adult expectations at the Tech Center of KCKPS and rose to meet and exceed those expectations. She has never missed a day of class, has diligently sat through high-level instruction, both in person and on Zoom, and was able to complete her hands-on training in the community with distinction. Above and beyond this, I have seen her act as a leader amongst her peers and set a standard that others strive to meet. She takes her education seriously in a way that predicts the success she will have when she leaves Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. And I can't think of a better example of what we want in the district. We are so proud of you, Italy.
Y si los padres quieren pasar aquí enfrente, pueden tomar algunas fotos. También acá atrás el señor Birch. Elali, felicidades y disculpa que pronuncié su nombre mal, me equivoqué en ese sentido. A la familia, muchas gracias a ustedes por acompañarnos esta noche. Thank you very much. We're very proud of everything you've done, and congratulations on the honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Linkos, and thank you and congratulations to all of our students of the month. It's always fun to see our students up here and hear about the great things they're doing in their schools, so thank you. We're going to continue on with our fall sport athlete recognition, and I know Tammy Ronstadt is up at the microphone, so I'll hand it off to Tammy. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, President Lopez, members of the board,
Good evening.
and Dr. Stubblefield. Tonight, I'd like to recognize fall sport athletes who have received all state honors. I will recognize them by school and sport. Many of them are supported tonight by their parents, principals, and athletic directors and head coaches. We do have some coaches and administrators not in attendance tonight due to games that are going on right now in the district. Tonight, from FL Schlegel, joining us is Principal Yolanda Thompson and Athletic Director Sonia Scott. For football, 5A, All-State Honorable Mention, junior quarterback, Khalik Rainey. Joining us tonight from Sumner is the Athletic Director, Ty Collins, Head Football Coach, Coach Andrew Wright, and Head Boys Soccer Coach, John Borger. For football, 5A All-State Honorable Mention, Senior Wide Receiver, Ricky Brown. "5A All-State Honorable Mention, Junior Quarterback, Cameron Johnson. 5A All-State Honorable Mention, Junior Running Back, Antonio Harrison. Boys Soccer, 5A All-State Second Team, Sophomore Forward, Darian Gates. 5A, All-State Honorable Mention, Senior Midfielder, Alex Perez. Head coach, John Borger, is in his 6th year as head coach. I'm sorry, head coach, Andrew Wright, this is football, is in his 7th year as head coach. Boys soccer head coach, John Borger, in his 6th. Thank you. Okay, next school. Joining us tonight from Washington is Principal Cole Maya, Athletic Director Jody Hoyer, Head Football Coach Cameron Smith, and Head Boys Soccer Coach Joseph Tuigo. For football, 5A, First Team, All-State, Senior, Defensive Lineman, Quantre Moore. 'Quantre has also been selected to play in the Shrine Bowl, which will be Saturday, July 23rd in Pittsburgh, Kansas.
All right.
5A, All-State Honorable Mention, Senior Quarterback, Savion Powell. 5A, All-State Honorable Mention, Sophomore, Special Teams Kicker, Max Borner. Max is a foreign exchange student from Germany. Cameron Smith, the head coach, is in his 3rd year as head coach. Boys soccer, 5A, Second Team All-State, Senior Midfielder, Ram Hennon. 5A, All-State Honorable Mention, Senior Midfielder, UK Leon. 5A, All-State Honorable Mention, Senior Defender, Victor Leon. Head coach Joseph Tuigo is in his 1st year as head coach. Right now, I'd like to have everybody come up and take a picture of players. So players, can you come up?
Should we get out of the way?
Oh, yeah.
Tallest in the back? Taller than me in the back? I like to use that. Let's go the next row up.
We in this big.
Few more down on the bottom.
Let's have him scoot further back. In the back, have him scoot further back.
You want Dr. Stubblefield?
I can't see, you can't see me, the camera can't see you, all right? You ready? Let's smile on those lines. 1, 2, keep. One more. All right, thank you.
All the parents and players recognized tonight, please stand up. All the parents that are here. Okay, guys, you can go ahead and step out that way.
Congratulations.
Very quickly, I also want to make note that the district communications staff, led by Sharita Hutton, has created all-league videos honoring each of the fall sports for their all-league teams. Those videos can be seen on our district website and our high school athletic pages beginning tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Romstad. Ms. Drew?
Yes, I'd just like to thank Ms. Ronstadt for everything that she has done. Despite what we've been going through, you've done an excellent job in getting the message out to our students to continue to be involved in sports, and I just wanted to publicly say thank you.
Thank you. It takes a village. We've got a lot of great coaches and ADs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Again, congratulations to all of our athletes, those that were recognized tonight, but to all athletes in the district for the great and hard work that you put in to compete, to practice, to keep up with your grades, to do all your schoolwork. We're proud of you and we're proud of your families, and we thank you for all the work that you do to represent our district. There's a lot of pride in our athletes and in our district from our athletes, so just thank you for all you do. And again, congratulations. All right, so we'll continue with our agenda. Next is our community comment section, and just a reminder for folks, we have a couple of folks signed up today, so make sure when you come up to speak, you have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and make sure that you leave your phone number and address with our board clerk before you leave, or if you haven't already done so that we can keep that on the roll. Again, anyone is welcome to give public comment. You just must sign up the Monday at noon prior to the board meeting to give comment. So first comment is by Joseph Taylor. So I'd invite Mr. Joseph Taylor to come up. Again, just please state your name, and you have 3 minutes. And if you have copies, yes, I'm sorry, you can please give one to each board member. You're also welcome to email them to the board clerk, and then she can send it along to the board as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, if you have 3 extra copies for these board members here, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have some extra copies. My name's Joseph Taylor. Given time limitations, I'll refer you to the handout for the rest of my demographics. Dr. Evelyn Hill suggested that this forum would be appropriate for a proposal I'd like to make. I'm here to ask for your support for a project that should improve student attendance rates and student engagement in the KCKPS. As we know, role models are incredibly important in children's view of their life opportunities. Good role models can impact attendance, behavior, engagement, and life opportunities. I propose to provide students with a consistent set of role models using a series of 10-minute videos, you might say YouTube in length, where we introduce an adult at successive phases of life. The first set of videos would highlight people as high school seniors or immediately after graduating. Someone might go to college or trade school or just start work. The next set of 4 to 5 videos would highlight people in college or leaving trade school or getting increasing responsibilities as they grow in their job. Follow-on sets of videos would highlight people progressing successfully through stages of life. Each video would be primarily an interview with successful individuals. We would not include outliers such as Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos. Instead, success is the neighbor who is a plumber or a CPA or a contractor, a quick trip manager, a teacher, a doctor, dentist, or perhaps a welder. I would anticipate creating 1 video for each school week. This would be done at no cost, and all expenses would be borne by me. Before starting a project of this magnitude, however, I need your support and your agreement that the videos would be shown at middle schools, probably 7th and 8th grades, feeding into 2 of the KCKPS high schools. The other schools are controls that will tell us if we're accomplishing anything. So something that's greatly missing in a lot of efforts. I'd like for the teachers, I'd like to solicit their support. And I hope they would be willing to take out 10 minutes of their class time to present the videos. I know how busy teachers are. I was one for 3 years. And I don't want to increase their burden, so this would be as simple as watching a YouTube video. The KCKPS would provide attendance data necessary to determine whether the effort was successful. I suspect at this point that KSDE data you already provide would be sufficient, but additional detail might be needed. The effort would continue for 2 years before a decision to continue or terminate is made. Lastly, obviously, I'd like someone at KCKPS who would work with me to review these videos to ensure they meet your standards, which I'm not necessarily familiar with. This is a new proposal out of the blue. I have discussed it with other people. It seems to be well received in the people I know. But deciding to move forward at this meeting will obviously be unreasonable.
Mr. Taylor, we are at time.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
But I'd like your agreement that I could contact Leslie Smith on February 9th to get feedback and establish who I should follow up with.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for the information. And just so you're aware, I don't know if you've seen on the agenda tonight, we'll actually be hearing a little bit about chronic absenteeism later on in the meeting. So very appropriate topic to bring up today.
Well, I will hang out. Thank you much.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have Mr. David Sumi joining us this afternoon.
Good evening.
Mr. Sumi, I'm sorry, we would ask that you please keep your mask on during the meeting.
Can you give me some understanding as to why I've witnessed others present without masks? Was there a special exemption at previous board meetings under the same policy?
Mr. Sumi, I would just ask if you could please wear your mask during the presentation today.
Can you please offer me an explanation?
That is board policy that we would have the masks on
It
for
was
anyone
board
on district.
policy 3-4 meetings ago as well.
Mr. Sumi, I would please ask that you wear your mask during the presentation, sir.
Well, okay.
Thank you.
I don't understand why there are special exemptions made for other individuals at other times. Same policy in place, but I'd like my 3 minutes to start now, please. Dr. Stubblefield, President Lopez, Vice President Clark. Again, my name is David.
Sorry, Mr. Sumi, I'll go ahead and restart your time. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'll go ahead and honor that and restart your time.
I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Thank you. Again, my name is David Sumi. I'm a father of a Sumner sophomore. As you know, a couple weeks ago, I presented information regarding the problems inherent to mask mandates, particularly as they pertain to schools, citing many credible and authoritative sources asserting masking is a net harm to students' well-being. Did anyone on this board read at least one of the articles referencing mask studies that was provided 2 weeks ago? Did anyone read one?
Yeah, we read it.
Yes? Okay. I really appreciate that and commend you for becoming more informed. You'll recall that I said cloth masks are extraordinarily ineffective at preventing COVID transmission in the last meeting, and now know that the CDC has since adjusted their guidance to reflect that fact. It has long been known that N95s are the only mask with any significant potential to protect, and that's only for the wearer, if anyone. For those of you who have switched to N95s, how many hours of the days do you wear it? How many hours do all of you wear your mask daily if you're not spending your day in the school setting where your policy requires kids and teachers to wear them? It's likely you're not wearing them for at least 8 hours. Have any of you considered doing so 5 days a week for solidarity with our children? Because the CDC's guidance is directing local policy, let's also take this opportunity to highlight other stances they've shifted in addition to cloth mask guidance. Claiming vaccines will prevent infection and transmission of the virus. We all know, many of us very personally, how false this claim was. Acknowledgement, PCR tests can be positive up to 12 weeks after infection. This has clearly resulted in countless false cases and has been regarded as dangerous misinformation needing to be censored for nearly 2 years prior to this admission from the CDC. I don't have time for the other ones. At any rate, there's clearly reason to be thinking critically about the data available. Did you know that the UK has lifted all of their COVID restrictions, including masking in schools? Did you know that the WHO does not recommend children under 6 wear masks? Did you know that the European Center for Disease Prevention recommends against mask wearing for primary schools? If it was the case, again, that states that had mask mandates had lower cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, we would know this. It'd be a slam dunk for the media. Instead, there are virtually identical rates of child hospitalization in states with mask mandates and in schools without. That's approximately 4 for children, approximately 4 out of 100,000.
Mr. Sumi, you are at time. Thank you.
When is the next scheduled session to address the continuance of the mask mandate?
Thank you for joining us, sir. We appreciate the information. Okay. We'll continue with our agenda. Next, we will hear from our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
Good evening, everyone. I have misplaced, here they are. I have a few comments just to share tonight. Sorry. I'll start by just saying we held our first Enough is Enough meeting with our students last Thursday evening. Enough is Enough has since been established in 2020. The Enough is Enough program was built to inform the community on issues facing our students and address topics such as homicide, suicide, mental health, and many more. On January 27th, we will be offering a virtual session for our families, staff, and community members to address some of the top issues facing our county, our school district, and our students' information as well. If you would like to attend, please register in advance for this event. We have an announcement about additional internet access opportunities for KCKPS families. Thanks to 2 relatively new initiatives from federal and local levels of government and administration, there are 2 new options to get internet access for individuals and families across Wyandotte County. The FCC's Affordable Connectivity Program, ACP, is a federal benefit program that provides up to $30 per month discount on internet services for eligible households. And the Kansas City's Internet Access Support Plan is a local program that is designed to help find affordable internet service and assist whenever possible with your current internet services. You can visit the district's website for more information on these programs. We just want to remind all of our parents who utilize our transportation that KCKPS is excited to announce that we now have access to a revolutionary smartphone app that helps to improve communication, school bus safety, and efficiency. The EduLog Parental Portal app provides you with plan time and location information for your children's bus ride to and from school. The app will show you the GPS location of the bus and send you a push notification when the bus is nearing your stop. You can also visit the district's website for more information on this. And given that our buses have been running late due to a shortage of drivers, we're really asking parents to utilize that to help plan when taking their kids to the bus stop and to know when they're picking it up. We will have our final COVID vaccine event for children in conjunction with the health department. Mark your calendar for the second COVID-19 vaccine event set to take place on Wednesday, February 2nd at Gloria Willis Middle School. This is for those ages 5 to 11 needing either the first or second dose. Free food and giveaways will be present. And as I just mentioned in regards to shortages and hiring, I just wanted to share a few things that the HR department and the district is doing around to recruit and retain employees in all groups. We continue to go to events like our vaccination events, as well as attend career fairs virtually and in person throughout the state and some neighboring states. We are hosting an on-site virtual career. We have hosted one, and we will plan in the process of planning another. And we're also asking all of our employees and those who are listening, families, if you know anyone that's looking for employment, please look at our website and look at our openings and contact our HR department. And we'll continue to engage our community around how we can recruit and retain staff that live in our community. So if you have any suggestions or ideas, please feel free to reach out to our HR department. And thank you, and that's all I have this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. Just a few remarks. First of all, I do want to honor a couple of people that our community has lost recently. First, last night I learned of the passing of Randy Wiesman, a lifelong educator, former superintendent of schools around the state of Kansas, and also worked with KASB. And for our board, you might recognize Randy was the husband of Dr. Marcia Wiesman of KASB, who had a long relationship with this district and with this board, and we had the opportunity to work several workshops with her and meet with her several times. So just wanted to honor his work and to remember Randy Wiesman and ask and offer and extend our deepest condolences and offer our prayers to Marcia, a friend of this district and a friend of our board and her family. So if we could please keep Marcia and her family in your thoughts and prayers. I also want to honor the life and legacy of Reverend Dr. R.L. Bainham, pastor of Metropolitan Baptist Church and leader within the Kansas City, Kansas community. Reverend Bainham passed as well, and his legacy includes the support that he and his church provided to this district, including their yearly fundraiser to support our McKinney-Vento program. This year, several of our board members were in attendance of that fundraiser, which raised the highest amount that it has than in previous years for our McKinney-Vento program and our student services program. So our community will miss him, but we're grateful for his leadership and ministry. So again, just want to honor both of those men's legacy and what they meant for our community. So if you would join me in a moment of silence to honor these two leaders in our community. Thank you. Board, you should have received a few emails from Ms. Smith. I know she's been pretty busy, so just make sure you've noted those emails regarding saving the dates for graduation dates, for graduation assignments, as well as our February board retreat. Make sure that that date is on your calendar as well, and for board agenda prep. And she may have sent you a few other emails, so just make sure you're keeping track of those emails. And if you have any questions or if there's some concerns, please let us know about those as well. I do want to say congratulations again to all of our winter graduates. We were able to have a great group and their families this past Saturday with a nice ceremony here at district office. Thank you to Dr. Bilbo Irvin for helping to plan the ceremony, and for all staff who helped to plan and execute and who attended. And a special thank you to our board and to Mayor Tyrone Gardner for providing some very special and motivational remarks for all of our graduates. So congratulations to them and their families as they continue their journey in life. Speaking of graduations or graduates, just a reminder to all of you to make sure you get your scholarships submitted. In particular, I know the KCK Foundation for Excellence has its scholarship application, which is due on March 1st, I believe, so make sure your students are getting those scholarship applications in. And the Hispanic Development Fund has their scholarship due next Tuesday, February 1st as well. And I'm sure there are plenty of other opportunities for our students to apply for scholarships. Make sure we're getting those in. Just a plug for the Kansas City, Kansas Library that continues to offer several opportunities for crafts, learnings, and events. Make sure you visit their website and social media to keep up with what's going on in our amazing library, including an upcoming virtual author talk with Richard Rothstein on February 17th and his book, The Color of Law. Couple more. Just last week I was able to join a panel consisting of other school board members from other districts to talk about the role of school boards during the Kauffman Education Fellows. It was great to be on a panel with those board members to talk with many of the fellows around board governance and what that means. And a special shout out to Ms. Rachel Russell, who was a fellow this year and who also was able to participate and give her thoughts as a new board member for our district. So thank you for joining in on that conversation, Rachel. And lastly, I just want to invite those who weren't able to attend, if you missed the virtual 39th annual Kansas City, Kansas celebration for Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. last Monday. It was a great program. You can catch it if you missed it It is on social media, and I believe it's also on YouTube if you missed it. But if you didn't have a chance to watch it, I would encourage you to watch the celebration that honors the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. So again, thank you, Board, and I'll open if there's any other board commentary. Ms. Russell?
Good evening. I just wanted to extend my thank you and my appreciation for the warm welcome. I have started some school visits, and I've had the pleasure of attending early childhood, as well as today I was able to go over to Bridges, and the principals just welcomed me and gave me a great school tour, and I got to see classrooms, and so it's exciting to be back in the buildings and to see kids learning and the great work that our teachers and staff and custodial and nutritional services are doing to make sure that our kids are having great days. And so I just appreciate those two. They're my first couple of stops, but just wanted to say thank you. Publicly, but also I don't recall hearing it, but I just wanted to invite the community. I saw earlier today that Dr. Stubblefield and staff will be hosting next week, the 31st, an opportunity for the community to virtually comment on the potential school time changes. And so I just want to make sure that those that want to be a part of that conversation are present on that virtual Zoom, and check out the district website or social media for more information.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Other board members? Okay. If not, we will continue on with our agenda. Thank you for sharing. Next up on our agenda, we have our quarterly report from Ms. Carol Levers on the Turner quarterly report. I don't know if Ms. Levers is with us.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Stubblefield. That's just your quarterly report that you need to accept and file.
Thank you, Ms. Levers. Any questions for Ms. Levers? Not entertain motion to accept the report as presented.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith, roll call vote, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Levers. Next is our consent agenda. Would entertain a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or comments? Hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call vote, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next on our new business, we have an informational item. This is only for information board. Hopefully you had a chance to review the information presented around an Avid multi-year proposal. So I'll pass this to Dr. Stubblefield.
Good evening. Dr. Biblo Irving is not with us tonight, so I'll do some introduction, and then Dr. Campbell will jump in if we have more questions. We are asking that the board accept for information item only tonight and we'll be asking for approval at the next meeting, the multi-year agreement and contract with Avid. It is a 5-year implementation plan. Avid stands for Advancement via Individual Determination, and its mission is to close the opportunity gap by preparing all students for college readiness and success in global society. This particular recommendation aligns with the board goals under high expectations for student achievement and the Diploma Plus program. I just want to share a couple of tidbits about Avid in regards to Avid is in it's in 49 of our 50 states. It's been around for 40 years. It currently serves more than 7,500 schools nationwide. 85,000 educators have been trained in it, and more than 2 million students have been served. The students who take part in average, the data from 2018-19, 100% of the students graduated with an average grade point average of 3.3. 73% took at least one course of rigor. 93% completed four-year college entrance requirements, and 78% applied to a four-year college or university, and 73% accepted a four-year, were accepted to a four-year college or university. While Avid is focused on college and career readiness, the program recognized that all students won't go to college, but all students will have the option if that's the choice of theirs. But if they choose other pathways, they would be prepared for college if that was a choice they made at a different time. So I just wanted to highlight those few things, and if there are any questions, myself, Dr. Campbell, and then we also have a representative from Avid that's on Zoom. If you have specific questions that we can't answer, she may be able to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. I'll open it up to the floor for any board members if you have questions. Now would be the time. Ms. Humphries?
Is this like a separate class? Is it a daily class, weekly class, and are all students enrolled in it or only some?
So with the five-year implementation, our year one implementation, we would introduce it at all of our high schools with the exception of Sumner, because Sumner is an IB school. And the principals elected to start with the sophomore class. In the Avid elective is a specific class. However, the Avid strategies that we would train all of the staff on would be accessible to all students, but the elective is for, it is a specific class, but the strategies and the Wicker program, which is what Avid is founded on, we would eventually train all of our staff so all of our students would have access to it. The plan would be in year one to do our high schools and 2 middle schools. The second year, bring on the rest of the middle schools, and then years 3, 4, and 5 to bring on our elementaries in groups. So once we start with the elementary students and they are taught the strategies, the organization, writing, and reading strategies, then that would filter into those students who just needed the electives, but everybody would be exposed to the strategies.
So every sophomore next year would be enrolled in Avid?
No, a select group at each school, but we would provide the training to all of the teachers and start to roll it out from there. So initially, it'll be a smaller group, but over 5 years, we would hope that all students would be touched by it.
How would you select that group to start with?
The high school principals, there's some specific criteria. One, students who are typically targeted are those who demonstrate or teachers see that they have the ability to be in advanced placement classes, but they're not necessarily doing it, or they don't have the skill set and organization skills to do that, so it provides the support for them. So there's a specific process and criteria that Avid recommends, but the high school principals would lead that with their teams there. And you can have more than one elective. You can have multiple electives for sophomores. So if the sophomore class is 200 kids, and if the building principals built the master schedule and had the capacity, if it's 50 kids who need it, they can offer multiple sections of the elective.
So the students are the top of the class that are already?
No, it's targeted honestly for students who wouldn't naturally enroll in an advanced placement or an honors class or a class that would prepare them for college and career. The strategies can definitely support those kids who are at the top of the class who are naturally doing it, but it's really targeted for those kids who traditionally wouldn't see themselves in that class and wouldn't. So you are seeking out those kids to build up their skill set so they can be confident in those advanced placement honor classes when they're in high school.
Ms. Russell?
Can you tell me a little bit more about why Sumner is not being chosen as a potential site and how that correlation has to do with this offering?
It's not to say that Sumner wouldn't ever be a part of it, but as we're rolling it out, the students who are selected to go to Sumner typically already have this skill set. And we are targeting, in our other high schools, the students who wouldn't necessarily consider themselves or see themselves going to Sumner. And for those students who don't get accepted to Sumner, we're making sure that we put in strategies so that when they don't feel like, if I don't get into Sumner, I'm not going to be prepared for college. So what we're trying to do is provide a more equitable opportunity. And once we get it up and running, it's not to say that Sumner couldn't be added in, but we were focused on the 4 high schools that don't have any structure. With Sumner having an IB program and being targeted for the highest performing students in the district, they already have some of these things built into what they do starting in 8th grade and going throughout.
Ms. Page, I'm sorry.
Is there a reason why they didn't start with 9th graders? They're starting with the sophomores instead of, I didn't know, I didn't see it written anywhere.
They would add, so they would introduce it as an elective as the sophomores for the first group because they know those students, the high school principals. But the next year, with starting in middle school and having an understanding, it would be added as an elective in the 9th grade year. So each year we would add it as an elective at each level, but the principals, when they were discussing what logically made the most sense because they know they're freshmen, they wanted, so they can start off with success, they wanted to start with the sophomore class. But the following year, we would add an elective at the 9th grade level. You would already have it at the sophomore level, and you can also have it at the junior level because those kids would be moving up there. So we were just, with intentionality, trying to start out in a way that we can be successful and implement it with success. We're not trying to stretch ourselves too thin when implementing the program.
Thank you.
Ms. Humphries and then Ms. Russell.
On the last page, it says that it's a 5-year contract, but they want all their money the first year. Is that correct?
So it's a 5-year implementation plan. Because we're using ESSER dollars, we discussed like having the plan over 5 years and paying it. We don't have to, but you can pay it in multiple years. But because we wanted to leverage our ESSER dollars in the most fiscally responsive way, because you have a cutoff date to use it, the agreement and the implementation and the training, that's what we agreed to do with them. But that would be my recommendation, is to pay for it and then have the partnership. Because they've been around 40 years and their data speaks for itself, if something were to go wrong, I mean, I know Greg looked at the agreement. There is a way that we can either receive credits or shift or do some things.
So what's the total cost?
It's a little over $1 million.
It's a little over $1 million. And that includes professional development, training, our staff, and in training our IAOs to be the district level support for whatever level is being implemented, and then professional development for that all of our teachers would have access to when we offer the sessions. For those who are not teaching it, we can allow any teachers to attend it.
So the company is going to come here to do professional development, or is it all going to be like videos?
So it'll be a combination. When we offer it to all staff, like in the summer, we plan to offer it in July. The company will come here and provide the training. For those staff members at the high school level who will actually be teaching the elective, and those they would have to go to some training. That travel cost and stuff is not included in this particular component. That's just outside of, but this is for the training.
So after the 5-year implementation, all of our staff will be trained in this, the procedures, the teaching methods, to work with all of our kids, so they wouldn't necessarily have to have a separate class to be successful in high school, all of our staff will be doing the same type of encouragement in teaching.
Yes, all of our staff could be training, but the Avid elective is still a stand-alone class, so there still would be a select group of students that would enroll in that class. Because when you think about the differentiation, there will still be kids who need more intensity around certain things, and then there will be those kids because they got it in elementary, they are organized, they know how to, they know how to study. And then you have to think about our students that are not necessarily going through, like they may join us in middle school or high school. So the elective course will always exist at the middle and high school. At the elementary level, it's school-wide, so all of the teachers are trained, so all of the kids get the same thing. And then when you get to middle and high schools, really focusing in on those students who need a little more support around that.
So if I'm a parent of a high school student, I really want them to take that as an elective, I can contact their school counselor or the school principal to get more information on how to do that?
Yes. I would say right now, and I think in all of the cases, there was a counselor there, but I would definitely contact the principals. All of the principals did attend the national conference, and they'll start rolling out information when they roll out enrollment around that, yeah.
Yeah, we have Family Advocacy Day coming up. Will they be talking about that with the families that come up to the schools?
If they're talking about enrollment and course offerings, they will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Russell?
Yeah, so I guess I have 3 questions. My first question is, are gifted students a part of this equation and making sure that they are a part of the selection criteria?
Yeah, if they are students who, even if they're identified gifted, it doesn't mean that they're automatically organized, that they automatically are enrolling in those it's open to whatever students, and then when the staff has their selection process, but you're not eliminated because you're identified as gifted.
Okay. Okay, I'll follow up with you on that question. The other question is, how does Avid impact our career models as far as placement and support and all of those things?
It actually will support like the pathways because it's an elective, so the kids who in there, they learn specific skills about how to study, how to organize, they have intentional college visits. So when Dr. Irving and her team have been involved in this, and it fits seamlessly with all of our career pathways in our Diploma Plus program.
Okay. And then lastly, I guess it's not really a question. I just wanted to share that during my time at Emporia State, I was an Avid tutor. I feel very positive about this. My concerns are more around sustainability and the efforts of making sure that all of our students have this type of culture and this type of environment. And so I support starting with the small group, but I also want to continue to push that I do think that our students at Sumner oftentimes are perceived to have all of the resources and those things. And I think looking at those additional supports and ways that we can support those students as well is also important outside of IB programs and the offerings at Sumner. So.
Yeah, and absolutely, and I think by us having it, eventually in all of our elementaries, those students will be getting the skills. And it's not to say that Sumner can't be added, like once we get it up and going at the other high schools, we can definitely have a plan to just add Sumner at some point. But the initial conversations that we were having about what do we have that's really college and career readiness structured in our high schools, so that when some of my first conversations were with students that didn't get into Sumner, and what they share with me is they don't feel like if they don't go to Sumner, they won't be college and career ready. So it's not it's really just putting things in place. But I agree with you. There are Avid programs in other schools that have IB, and I think down the road that we would do the same. We just would want to structure it in our other high schools first so that students will feel like they still, we see them all as college and career ready in our schools.
I just don't want us to forget about, like you mentioned, those other students who are at Sumner.
Yeah.
Who also feel like they're always expected to have it right, and
Right.
they need those additional supports as well.
I agree. Thank you.
Ms. Page, yes.
Do they have a parent segment where they can also help parents just besides enrolling them, showing them things that they can do to help get their kids ready?
So a part of the, once you have the elective and you have it school-wide, they do have built-in things for parents. It's just a part of what they do, like parent engagement. They have parent nights and those kind of things. But it's all a part of why Avid has been successful the last 40 years. So they do engage parents and community partners and stakeholders around helping our students see themselves as college and career ready.
Okay.
And I wanted to say to Rachel, sorry, sustainability. So when we front load and get most of our staff trained, we can reallocate dollars to make sure as we're onboarding new staff that it's just part of what we do. So this is one of the things that we are leveraging our ESSER dollars to do that heavy lift on the front side, and then it's just a matter of maintaining after that.
Ms. Humphries?
A couple more questions. Do we have funding to pay our staff to come to this training this summer? That's
Yes.
a big question staff has. We ask them to get trained on everything, and sometimes we don't pay them for their time.
So honestly, with the ESSER dollars, we will have the funding to pay staff for the trainings that we are offering this summer, yes.
Okay. And the second question is, our outside visitation team for KESA made the remarks that we have too many initiatives in the district. Is this going to take away from something or replace something?
So
or
this is
enhance?
in true transparency, I was on that outside visitation team. This will address some of the concerns at the high school. I think Dr. Campbell and her team we have stopped doing some of those things and narrowed the focus, and so that we can control the variables, but it'll address some of the other things around, like, how are you collecting the data? How are you sustaining it? What are those things that are K through 12 for sustainability and, for our students? So, yeah, I think this will be seen as a positive follow-up to some of the recommendations. Now, I'm not on the team, obviously, because I'm here, but I was a part of the team last year, yeah.
Can I ask one?
Sure, Ms. Clark.
My one question is, do we have a way, I'm thinking about catch-up game here. And is there a way for there to be an online offering or something for some of our students to do in the summer? I don't know how intense the program is, but I'm thinking about how to get our students a jump start.
So Avid does have some, and if Julie's on there are some specific summer programs that, like, specifically around math, that they do things with students so that if they're not ready for algebra, I think it's called the Bridge program, they can jump on. Is Julie on there?
She's on.
She.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Julie, can you talk about the summer?
Sorry, it's dark.
Yeah, the summer offerings. I'm probably messing up the name, but I'm thinking about the one for math in particular.
Yes, so we do have some, and I can get more specifics for you, but we do have some summer bridge programs that the students can ramp up and get some of these strategies and understandings before the school year even starts. And that is if, some of these, as we support, you all in creating, those, I guess, knowing who those students are that are going into the elective, we can make sure that we are creating that path and scaffolding that for those students. So I will get you that information because we have a few different summer bridge programs, and I need to get some dates and stuff for you. They've just been posted.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think that would be good, even for, we're talking about rolling it out to our sophomores, so what about our freshmen that are coming over into that season, or even our eighth graders that as you roll it out to your freshmen, it's just another option to think about. We've heard from our families that they want stuff for the summer and they want to keep their children engaged during the summer. So why not leverage this program if possible?
Thank you. So, other questions from, I don't want to curb the conversation. I know we have a long agenda, so great questions. Again, this is information only. As you think of other questions, please send those along to Dr. Stubblefield and Dr. Campbell, and we can make sure we answer that for you. Ms. Drew?
And I would just like to encourage board members to pull up information on your computers about Avid and read through some of the programs and the information, and that way that'll help educate you a little bit more. But this is something I'm totally in favor of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. So please, if you have further questions, I'd encourage you to make sure you submit those. We want to make sure everyone is as informed as we can be whenever we're making decisions. So please, I'd encourage any questions to come forward either tonight or before the next board meeting. Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield and Dr. Campbell. Thank you, Julie. Next on our agenda is our board discussion. First up on the board, under board discussion, is around budget priorities. And I would pass this along to Dr. Stubblefield and to Tracy Kaiser, who is listed as well. Board, this is one of our major responsibilities, and I'm glad that we're starting the conversations early to start thinking about our budget and what our budget priorities are. And so I'll just pass this along, Dr. Stubblefield.
Okay, thank you. And I think Tracy is on, and I don't know who may be pulling up the PowerPoint for reference. But in talking with board members last year, one of the things that I wanted for us to start to discuss early is the board priorities. And basically what we shared in the PowerPoint was last year you had a discussion about, you identified priorities, and we highlighted in green the things that actually occurred or are ongoing, but wanted to bring to the board's attention that the base per pupil for the 22-23 year, if nothing changes in the legislator, it'll be $4,846, which means that we'll have an additional funding based off our September 20th count of $6,900,000. And one of the things that we know is a known cost is $2.4 million for an increase in insurance. And then that leaves a discretionary balance of about $4.5 million. And that doesn't mean, that there might not be other savings in other areas. One of the things that I've heard consistently from board members is wanting to increase the lowest paid employee to $15 an hour. And when I got that information from HR, in order to do that for the remaining employee groups, it'll be about $2.7 million. And we can bring that forward. But I just wanted to open it up for discussion around, are these still the priorities? Are there things that are missing so that we can capture that and make sure that when we're bringing back information that we're addressing things that you may have. And Rachel, I know you did not participate in this last year because you weren't here, but it is an opportunity for you to review it, and then we can add to it anything that may not be showing up as a priority around budget.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield and Tracy and team. I'd open it up for questions or discussion from the board.
I just wanted to comment. I thought that they captured everything that we talked about. So I guess the next step would be my question, where do we go from here? Because unless, I know Rachel might have some things she wants to add, but I thought they did an excellent job in capturing what we said we were concerned with, and you've identified things that we've already done and things that still need to be talked about. So it would be, where do we go from here?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Page. And I think that's part of the conversation that we as a greater board need to make sure that we continue on as we're doing our budget for the upcoming year, to make sure that that our budget reflects where our priorities are. And I think this is a good reminder for us to see and to have in front of us as we are looking at budgets, as we're prioritizing, to make sure that we're matching up with what we've decided as a board, and to remind ourselves to keep ourselves on track. So I think as we continue on with the budget process, I know Dr. Stubblefield and different departments have started those conversations. This is also a good reminder for staff to see this is collectively as a board where we've prioritized some initiatives and our plan. But to your point, next is, again, just if we have other thoughts and outside of what's in front of us, or if things have changed, those are conversations that we as a board need to have, so.
Exactly. And then what we will do based off information we hear from tonight, or if there's not any additional information, I believe, and Brad is here, typically what happens is we come with here's the entire budget, and here are those things that are ongoing costs, and then if there were some way that there were some cost savings, then we give the total bottom line, and then work with the board on, like, here is what we're recommending, and taking into consider what you all have to land on, like, what's the final budget. So I do have it slated, I shouldn't say, we do have it slated for follow-up at the next meeting. So based off information from here, we will be able to narrow down, like, we know insurance costs this, have a holding place if you do $15 an hour. If we've found additional savings because something changed or something rolled over, we can include those dollars, have a holding place for negotiations. And we're in the process of working with our building administrators on identifying staffing needs to determine if there's a need for additional staff or not, or if we, in some ways, because of the drop in enrollment, we may be, staffed appropriately currently, but making sure that staff is in the right place. So we'll simplify it the next time we come, just to show those big buckets. Is that the correct term, Brad? Like the big buckets of money? Okay, yeah, so that would be the next step.
So one thing I would, one other piece is, or just one thought, I kind of see it pointed out in some of the initiatives or priorities, but around, just a thought around a welcome center. I know the district had a welcome center dedicated to welcoming all students as they're enrolling, and everyone was getting the same and consistent information and about the resources provided. And I know that was put out to each individual school, but just making sure that we're consistently doing it across the board. I think that's something, whether it's at the school building level or if we bring that back into central office. I know that was something that families really was important to them, especially as we're bringing in a lot of our Afghan refugee families and other refugee families, having a central location where they can get all that information. Again, that's just one board member's opinion on that, but something to think about. And I'm sorry, Ms. Russell, you had a comment.
I did, but I don't remember. But I would also support what you just brought up, and just making sure equity and resources. And I think of food pantries and resources that our kids need every day, and where in the buildings do they have that, where at central office do we have that, and so that we can work more collaboratively together. I guess my other thing around priorities, or just my thought, is what is the correlation to the listening and learning survey responses that we heard, and how do they relate to what we currently have as priorities and initiatives, not only from a budget perspective, but like what can we use ESSER dollars for, what can we use at-risk dollars for, and then how do we prioritize the general operating budget for some of those things that we won't be able to utilize those additional resources for.
Thank you. Ms. Humphries?
I agree with the Welcome Center. When we had it downstairs, it was much easier for social services who were relocating refugees and people to come to a central location with their translator instead of having to go to 3, maybe 4 different school buildings. It's a lot less stressful on the family. And I would like to see that come back so that we can leverage our resources better, because we are going to have refugees coming in, and some of our languages we do not have a lot of translators for. And while we can use the electronic internet ones, it's not the same as a personal interactions.
Thank you, Ms. Humphries. And Brad, I just want to make sure you had an opportunity there.
Sure, I just wanted to step up in case there were any questions that we might have. Really, this process was, the goal was to just get the conversation started. As we've had some initial discussion already, we wanted to get those board priorities from last year in front of you again, just as a reminder, and then give you the opportunity to send us any new ideas that you might have over the next couple of weeks. While we're working behind the scenes with those building administrators to get the building needs assessments completed and getting that information together that would need to be presented to you later, this is a good place where we can use this time right now to get your input right away. And so we're not delaying. I know that's been a goal for a couple of years now to get this process started much earlier for you, and we want to help in any way that we can. So please feel free to send those ideas over the next week or two to Dr. Stubblefield, Dr. Turan, myself, or Tracy, and we'll continue to compile those. And again, if you didn't already have the copy of the PowerPoint with those last year's priorities is in board docs. With that, any questions?
Thank you, Brad. And
Thank you.
I would just encourage, again, as Brad said, as Dr. Stubblefield said, board, this is an opportunity for all of us. Rachel, I know you weren't here, but an opportunity for you and the rest of the board. Lots happened since the last time we looked at this or that we put this together. A lot has changed. So please dive into this, dig into this, and really identify if there are other opportunities or priorities that you want to make sure you lift up. Send those along to Dr. Stubblefield or myself, and we'll make sure that staff gets that to make sure that those rise up and that we're able to have the conversation as a board. They say you want to know where an organization's priorities are, look at their budget, and so here's an opportunity for you to have some of that impact. So please make sure you dive into it. Want to make sure other board members have opportunities if you have other comments or questions.
One thing I do need to, I misspoke. The green is not what's been done. They've highlighted what's been done. Some of the green is ongoing. The green is things that don't have a cost associated with it, but some of them we have started. So I misspoke and said the green was the things that we've done. The things that we've done, like it says happened or hired in red and ongoing. So I misspoke earlier.
Right.
Thank you.
Seeing no other comments, again, please send any other comments to Dr. Stubblefield and or myself, and we'll make sure we get those addressed and lifted up. But thank you for looking into that. Thank you, Brad and Dr. Stubblefield, for putting this together, and Tracy. Okay, continuing with our conversation. Next on our agenda, under board discussion, item B, COVID-19 contact tracing. And then I thank you for amending the agenda to include testing, just getting an update on that as well. So Dr. Stubblefield, I know we wanted to include the board in a conversation and some updates there.
So, and then I'll look at Greg. You're not, and I sent something to the board, KDHE and also the local Wyandotte Health Department has effectively communicated that they're no longer contact tracing. And in addition to that, there's been a recommendation starting February 1st for 30 days for schools not to have to contact trace as well. So that is something that is different than what the board has adopted and expected in the past. So I did want to put that out here to get direction for the board so that our health service staff would know what the expectation is. My understanding, and throughout this process, we have followed recommendations from KDHE and our local health department. So if that was going to be different, I did want the board to give us direction on that. So that's the first piece, and I'll wait and let the board decide on that before I talk about the testing policy. Yes.
I just think that since the health department has decided not to do it, we need to comply with them and still stress to our students to make sure that they are wearing their masks when they come into the buildings, to make sure. And then if we have to contact trace, then when a situation comes up, we can do it.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. And I do just want to give any thoughts from Mr. Goheen around, Dr. Stubblefield mentioned getting some guidance from you as well?
Sure. The issue with contact tracing and the issue with quarantining and those types of issues is that those really are functions of the health department, both the state and local level health department. And the district has done a really good job of following KDHE and CDC guidance throughout the COVID process, the COVID pandemic is a better way to phrase that. The trick is that, or at least not necessarily the trick, but the problem with contact tracing in the abstract, if the health department's not doing, is they're really the ones that have the statutory or legal authority to do the contact tracing. When we talk about contact tracing, that's identifying individuals who've been in close contact and giving them specific information, specific health information about other individuals with whom they have been in close contact. So there's a privacy element to that the health department has the legal right to disclose, whereas the school district has a lesser right to do that on its own than the health department. So if the health department's not doing it, we do lose some of our legal ability to do that in the absence of health department authority or oversight. So that's the issue that sort of crops up as the health department changes and modifies their practices or requirements. We lose some of our authority or ability to do this stuff without having some privacy or other concerns that might crop up. That doesn't mean we can't enforce full mask or other safety precautions on a school property or premises. We can certainly continue to encourage students and families to be cautious and safe and careful. But in terms of doing the job or obligations that are typically assigned to the health officials under statutes, I think we do need to be somewhat cautious and follow what they're doing, but ultimately continue to make sure our students and faculty and other employees are as safe as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Goheen. Ms. Humphries?
So are you Dr. Stubblefield, you're asking us to give you guidance whether we want you to follow the health department and KDHE recommendations as regards to contact tracing, correct?
Yes, if you want to, so we would typically implement, like if they say February 1st for 30 days, schools no longer are required to contact trace, we wouldn't contact trace. If the board wants us to continue that, we just need the clear direction so that the health service staff will know that although this is what is being shared, the board's expectation is for us to continue on, just so we have clear guidance.
I'd like to make a motion that we follow KHDE and our local health department recommendations as regards to contract tracing.
I second it.
There's a motion and a second. Just to clarify, KDHE is what you were referring to, Ms. Humphries, in the motion? Right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure for the minutes that we
Straight my
have that
letters out
correct.
there, yeah.
There's a motion and a second. Thank you. I'll open it up for questions and discussion.
I don't have a question, and I get what they're doing, and I understand the legal aspect of it, but it scares me because the numbers are already crazy, and teachers aren't coming in, and kids are sick, and I just have an issue with that. We're leaving up to people to tell the truth, which they won't do. They'll come in here sick, and they know they're sick, because I have family members who work in the district, and they've been affected by it, and their kids, people didn't say. So I don't agree with that, and I hear what he's saying legally, but I just think we put too many people in jeopardy.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Ms. Russell?
So my question is similar. So if we stop contract tracing, does that mean that we are no longer fulfilling our policy as far as like days that folks have to quarantine, that folks, they still have,
quarantine.
We'll still send out exposure notifications?
Well, so if we stop contact tracing, so say if I test positive and I work next to Randy and Yolanda, I would disclose, like, I still would be required to quarantine, and then as Ms. Page has identified, I would say to Randy and Yolanda, hey, I tested positive, if you were close, you may want to watch yourself, versus staff asking me, who is it, and then trying to track down all the people that may have been a close contact.
Yeah, I mean,
I
in the
still would be
instance of-
quarantined,
Well, in
required to
the instance
quarantine.
of students, if a parent calls in and says, my student has COVID, they'll be out, is the nurse then letting the pods know or the teachers know, or that's the part that you're saying we're
That's the
absolutely?
part, if
would
you're
need?
not contact tracing. Now, what we will continue to do is update our dashboard with the number of cases, like, all of that is different, but the contact tracing is that note of, that contacting specific close contacts. Now, we could, as a district, still say there was a positive case at such and such school. You just wouldn't be notified if you were a close contact. The general information would still be there. But yeah, it's exactly that. So that's why we, and more our health service department, because I'm not actually doing, just want clear direction, because that is a significant change. Yeah.
and again, just for clarity, it's just relating to the contact tracing aspect of it. That's the only thing we're talking about right now. And the difference that Dr. Stubblefield's done a great job of describing it is, the difference is the school district wouldn't be contacting Yolanda and Randy and saying, Dr. Stubblefield tested positive for COVID, you were with her today, we're letting you know that information. That would be on Dr. Stubblefield's obligation to contact those individuals herself, rather than the district doing it. The district could still say that there was a meeting, or there was a class or a school that had a positive test in it, so people could take precautions in that regard. But contact tracing specifically identifies the individual who has tested positive, so that people can take those steps, and that privacy information is stuff that the health department is authorized to release. Because they have granted that to the districts during the pandemic through the health departments, we're sort of insulated. But if the health departments are withdrawing that protection, our legal ability to disclose that private health information of others is more limited. That's the issue, if that makes sense.
If the way the motion is stated now, if the health department decided to change that and go back to contact tracing, is the motion open enough that, would we need to bring that back to the board and revisit?
What I heard the motion being is that we would follow the health department. I think Ms. Humphries said both the KDHE and the local health department, that we would follow their directive as it related to contact tracing. So if either the Wyandotte County Health Department or the KDHE said, no, go back to contact tracing in a month or tomorrow, the district would do it. That's how I heard her motion.
Okay. And I do know, like, just thinking about staffing, I know we have our health services team that is trying to keep up with contact tracing. I know that's been difficult at times for several reasons. Just capacity, we've got 4,000 staff and 20,000 plus students, and it has been difficult to keep up with a lot of that contact tracing as well.
So would anything have to be added to the motion if we said, Dr. Stubblefield, you know that we've been around each other, that communication, you don't necessarily, you're not obligated, so with the contact tracing, but when it's an obvious, does anything have to be added to the motion for that type of communication to take place? Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I would just say it would be difficult to enforce and manage, in the sense that you still have that, like, if I know you test positive, but I know you didn't tell that person, that whole privacy component, I'm not covered. Like, if I'm privileged to the information because of my position, and then it just gets dicey. But if I know because you're my colleague and you told me and I said something, that's very different. But it would be hard to, I think, enforce, honestly. Yeah.
We do have staff that are contact tracers, correct?
We do. So through the KDHE grant, we do have staff that are contact tracers. Now, what they would necessarily be like they still are, not only are they contact tracing, they are going through the emails and following up with people who are either symptomatic or believe that they were a close contact to someone. And so that component of their jobs would still exist, whether they would tell them you'll be required to quarantine or you can come back after 5 days, or here's where you submit your proof of a negative test or positive test or what have you. So they still, although their job title is contact tracing, it's the physical calling somebody is one part of the contact tracing, but as people are self-reporting and or have symptoms, they still have to manage that.
So there are still components within the work that would still happen to try to, again, control and help inform staff, even though we may or may not shift depending on the motion tonight. But there are still some pieces through our health services team, department, and contact tracers that continue that work.
And then if, right now, it's suspending it starting February 1st for 30 days. They may reenact it, so we still, then they'll pick that part up. I can't predict what they will do, but right now it is 30 days.
Other questions or comments, concerns, discussion?
So what I hear us saying is that our contract tracers and our health department is overwhelmed currently with just what's going on in our school buildings. And then the other piece of what I'm hearing is that there's no way for the district to tell me whether or not my kid has been exposed without sharing confidential information, yet I never actually truly know who was exposed. I guess that's where I'm confused what the legal concern is there, because you don't say Joe Bob had it, you just say, hey, your child was in a classroom today and in their pod someone tested positive. And I think as a parent for a district that we don't have a lot of our youth vaccinated, that's where the concern comes from of what about those kids with high health risk needs, and their parents will never know whether or not their child has been exposed or not.
Yeah, I think you're mixing a couple of different things, and it is a little wonky. I wish that we had a little bit clearer standards from the health departments in terms of how to handle or address this piece. Technically, the health department does have the ability to say, Ms. Russell, your son or daughter was in a classroom with Joe Smith, and identify the student and say, who has tested positive, and we understand your son or daughter was a close contact of that individual, and because of that, they may need to take steps to get tested or quarantined. So whether that's exactly what folks are doing or not in terms of contact tracing, that is what you can do under that statute of guise, that you can disclose the individual who actually has tested positive to the individuals you're reporting to. So the trick you get into with the school district, in the absence of the health department's endorsement of what we're doing or granting of authority to the school district to do it, is that I can't disclose personally identifiable information about a student, particularly health information or a personnel as an employee, without running into some privacy risks. And that may be, I may violate that privacy concern even if I don't specifically name the student, if I get so detailed in my description of what happened that you can identify who that child or who that employee is. So that's the legal balance you're meeting out there, and when you're looking at that piece of it. That does not mean that we couldn't say that there's been a positive COVID test in
Fourth grade pod.
Fourth grade pod at
and we can do that
school
without, yeah.
It's just you can't get so detailed to say, Ms. Russell, your child was sitting at the desk next to a student who tested positive for COVID, because if we get that specific, you obviously know who the kid is, right? That becomes the issue. So if you get too granular, it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
If the health department does it, or if we do it under the legal authority of the health department, then we can get that granular, but in the absence of that support, we can't, or shouldn't.
And so, to that point, what Greg just described, we could still say there was a positive case in the 4th grade pod, please monitor your child for symptoms. That generalized communication could still go out. Now, we couldn't say, so yes, that part could still happen. Like there was a positive case in 4th grade pod, or there was a positive case at district office, like to that extent for, adults. We still could, in general, send out that and just, please monitor yourself, for symptoms, or just, that part we can do. And that's not necessarily contact tracing, that's just information that you had a possible exposure, but you could not been a close contact. That part we can definitely still do without the specifics.
And I guess the other half of my question was that our health team is overwhelmed with the amount of nurses and CNAs. That's what I'm understanding is why you're also asking for this.
Well, we're not, if the health department had not come out and said, we're not doing it, there wouldn't even be a discussion. Like we acknowledged that we're a little behind and we're doing, so they were doing stuff. So this is not an ask from our health service department. This came about because KDHE released the memo and said beginning February 1st, they were going to stop. Like we were, in the process of, we've hired 2 more contact tracers that were on the HR report. So we were working to figure it out, and we will continue to do that. But we can still definitely send, our process to just generically say there was a positive case in 4th grade or there was a positive case in this school. We can still utilize our principals to send out that information in the buildings or supervisors in other cases.
I think that would be nice, because it at least would show staff and the community, parents, kids, that we still are concerned. And I'm not saying we're not.
Yeah.
But it just shows that we are concerned and we want everyone to be safe. And that's what it's all about, because if we're struggling to get people in now, and we're dependent, that's what's my opinion, with our society, because I got to depend on whether Yolanda's going to tell me or not. And if she doesn't tell me and keep it to herself, then I'm at risk. And that's the catch-22 with our society when it comes to public health. That's a whole nother issue, so.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Page. Other comments? Thank you, Ms. Russell. If not, Ms. Smith, would you please reread the motion that is on the floor, if we can, and we'll help wordsmith if we need to.
So Ms. Humphries would like to add the motion to follow the recommendation of the Health Department along with KDHE.
Does that sound?
With regards to contact tracing.
I was going to ask, did it need to include the contact tracing?
Include contact, okay.
Okay.
And does anything need to be added about communication? So okay.
No, it doesn't change what the district's
No.
otherwise.
I mean, if you say to me that's an expectation, the health service team, they're on listening, and so we would just say to principals, you're not contacting close contacts, you're just notifying if it was a positive case at a certain grade level or in the school, whatever. Because right now, even if it's not your child's class, you get some sort of, it was a positive case, so we would continue that.
And I think we heard from several board members that would be an expectation as okay.
So you would like to include the communication?
No.
It doesn't need to be.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Smith. So there's a motion and a second. Good conversation, discussion. Thank you, board. Ms. Smith, would you please do a roll call vote?
Yolanda Clark,
Wanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, no.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you.
The second part that would need a motion to modify the policy, one of the things when we implemented the weekly testing for unvaccinated staff, and again, we're trying to follow what CDC and other health entities are doing. When a staff member tests positive, if you look at CDC or whatever, typically you don't have to quarantine if you are vaccinated and or have proof of a positive test in the last 90 days. We do have unvaccinated staff members who have tested positive, but right now with our policy, they're required to test weekly. And what can happen if they're not symptomatic, and I'm not a medical person, but you can still have a false positive because it was in your system, and then we may be running a risk of having to have them to go get proof from a doctor and those kind of things. So I'm asking that the board amend it that if, it's an unvaccinated staff member who has proof of a positive test in the last 90 days, that they will resume testing once their 90 days has expired from when they showed proof of testing positive. And Tiffany Lewis, our Director of Health Services, is on, and that would be following the same guidelines of the CDC and other health entities. Because if we have a vaccinated staff member who tests positive, we don't require them to start testing. So just trying to follow the guidelines and keep the lanes clean, in that 90-day window.
Just want to give an opportunity, if Ms. Lewis is on, if she would have anything to add.
Good afternoon, everyone. No, I think Dr. Stubblefield covered it. It's just we're battling 3 variants right now, and if we don't have to do unnecessary surveillance testing, I would ask that we keep this motion so that we can save those tests since there's a national shortage of tests, so we can save those tests when we really need them.
Thank you. Would open the floor for questions, and I'll go to Ms. Russell and then Ms. Humphries.
I guess my question, I listened to Dr. Corvo and our UG Health Department, and they talked about getting away from testing folks who don't have symptoms or have not been exposed. And so how do we move forward with that recommendation, knowing that there is a test shortage and ensuring that is our supplier saying that they don't have an issue keeping up with the number of individuals that we are testing in our buildings weekly? And so I guess I'm just also listening to the recommendation from the CDC, but also acknowledging what our local health department has mentioned as well.
So they're basically saying the same thing, Ms. Russell, that we don't do surveillance testing, and that's where the 90 days you'll wait if they're not showing any symptoms and not keep allowing them to test weekly because they're unvaccinated. So it's basically the same guidance that we're waiting until they show symptoms before we actually test them.
What I heard I thought this only applied to individuals. You're no
Individuals.
longer going to test unvaccinated people?
No. So I think, Tiffany, what Ms. Russell was saying is she's wondering if we should expand it for people. And she's wondering what around the recommendation from the health department of not only testing symptomatic people. Our policy is for unvaccinated. I was just asking for the amendment to include vaccinated and those who have a positive test, proof of a positive test in that 90-day window, that they will resume testing once that 90 days expired, unless the board was entertaining changing the policy. I wasn't asking the board to entertain that.
But I was.
Okay.
I was
So, yeah, and so
asking
that's
because
where we
that is
were,
a
yeah.
recommendation of the UG Health Department, is only to be testing folks who are symptomatic or have been exposed. And so that is my question. That is just something I'm throwing out there to the board of, there is a testing shortage. It is the UG's recommendation to only test those that are symptomatic.
Ms. Humphries?
Okay, if I understand correctly, if I test positive on January 1st and I'm unvaccinated, I do not have to take a weekly test again for 90 days, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Currently, if you're vaccinated, you can show proof of vaccination and not have to test weekly under our policy.
Right. But if you're unvaccinated, if you get 90 days from your positive test before you have to be tested again.
Again, yeah.
Correct.
So that's what I'm asking for.
That's what you're
the
asking for.
Policy to be amended to, given, the shortage of tests and then the fact that at any given point, it could show positive, but they're not. It's just that they had it and that sort of thing, yeah.
How should we word that, Greg?
I think you could word it, or, well, you could simply just say that. You could say you're going to modify the current testing policy to follow CDC guidance. And for individuals who have tested positive, they would not be required to resume, unvaccinated individuals who test positive, they would not be required to resume testing until after the 90-day period expires per CDC, again, per CDC guidance. So if that guidance changes or parts, that you don't have to come back.
Mr. Goheen, I don't mean any harm, it's me. Could you say that a little louder? Because I couldn't hear you real well.
Yeah, sorry about that. What I said was, or I'll try to restate it, is I think what you would do is essentially just say that you would modify the current policy such that individuals who are unvaccinated who test positive would not be required to, and who are not symptomatic, who would not be required to retest until after the expiration of the 90-day period currently recommended by CDC.
So move.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I second it.
There is a second. Would open up for questions, comment, discussion from the board.
My only question is, and I know this is probably more of our policy, who determines symptomatic? So do you have a way of managing that?
Yeah, and so I will say, staff in general, majority of the staff, if they're experiencing symptoms, have either self-reported to their supervisor or reached out to COVID team. And then if I notice that you are like coughing or something, people have done a really good job of reporting it to the supervisor, and the supervisor has gone to people and say, hey, it was reported that you're coughing, and so here's what we needed you to do. It's not perfect or foolproof, but for the most part, people have done a really good job of either self-monitoring or alerting someone else if someone is not necessarily self-monitoring, for the most part.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Hearing none. Ms. Smith, would you please do a roll call vote, please?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes, but I will say I do feel like that there's an equity issue in this. I think those who haven't had COVID are being punished, but we're quoting that we're following the CDC, but we aren't following our local health department. So I'm just struggling with that.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Do you have what you need from us, Dr. Stubblefield, on that? and Ms.
So
Lewis?
the health service team will adjust their weekly testing list based off of, and then just give people notification like the week before when they have to resume testing. Thank you.
Thank you. Take on one more agenda item before we take a quick break. Next on our agenda, amended agenda, is an update on the boundary committee.
So I asked Randy to add this just so we can have clear direction on our next steps. We did reach back out to RSP, and they have established some new meeting dates. I think Miguel or somebody, you're going to pull up the link of that application. in reviewing that, I am recommending to the board, and you can definitely tell me no, that instead of trying to engage specific site councils or only site councils, is not that we won't engage site councils, that we actually establish a boundary committee that would stay in place over a 2-year period, and we have an application process. And so even when we're not looking at boundaries once a year, at least that committee would get together and come and share things with the board. There is a generic application that myself and Don put together that we can put out. We can put it out, and it's up there now. We can put it out with board's permission starting tomorrow. Leave it open, for a reasonable amount of time. Actually, we would want to bring the names back of those who are wanting to be a part of the committee to the February 8th board meeting for approval, because RSP is wanting to have the first committee meeting on February 16th, and there's some other dates, but we would include the dates of the meetings and the public input in the information around the application. And then if there are specific schools that would be impacted differently, the committee would create an opportunity to engage with the site council specifically, but having a committee members, the goal would be to have representation from each of the feeder systems, including Sumner, so that there is objectivity, even when it's impacting my school. And then there's more long-term history when boundary issue, because when you look at what RSP shares, this is not a 1-year thing, and re-engage and engaging. So that would just be my recommendation. If the board's preference is to move forward with engaging specific site councils and specific schools, schools that we know like are overwhelmed as New Chelsea and Wellborn, we can move forward with that. But when I looked at it from a more long-term process and thought about like sustainability, objectivity, and that would be my recommendation, is that we share this out, make sure we ask principals to encourage people to complete it and apply, and hopefully would have a solid committee that could be a standing committee that can inform decisions around boundaries, and that as we engage in facilities and those kind of things, this would be a committee that we can always go to for input, and then create opportunities, intentional opportunities to engage specific communities or neighborhoods or schools that are being directly impacted.
My calendar's not in front of me. What day is family advocacy?
Oh.
February 16th and 18th.
6th?
16th and 18th. Like the week of
Is there any way we can keep it open till then? I know that drags it out another week, but that would give.
But, yeah, we
Have
can
to bring it up
absolutely
with
do that, and I can get with RSP. It just adjusts the timeline, but they'll be flexible. I can get with them, because they were targeting the first meeting then, but it just may be a couple of meetings more close together.
I just think that's a perfect time to bring things up with parents to get them involved.
Purpose is for them to be actively engaged in what's going on within the district. With that being said, I'd like to make a motion that we create the site council made up of boundary committee to represent our school district.
Okay.
Motion and a second. I just want to, for clarity, at the last meeting, we created a committee of board members, right? And so.
Yeah, and the board members,
Right.
that part is taken care of. I'm just saying, instead of narrowly focusing on site council, we just have a KCKPS boundary committee. And depending on the number of applicants, what would happen is those board members who are on it, we will look at it and make sure that we have representation from across the district. And then that committee, when specific schools or neighborhoods are being involved, that committee would intentionally make sure that we go to the site council at New Chelsea, hear their input, but still can look at all of the information objectively.
I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Drews, I believe her motion was trying to follow the recommendations. So I just want to make sure that your motion was what was being recommended.
Right, to establish a boundary committee. Or as a representation of the district in relation to making changes.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Clark seconded that. Would open up for questions, comments, discussion. Ms. Russell?
So outside of boundaries, what would this committee work on?
Well, anything that, so anytime we're doing anything with facilities that may need to, primarily it would be boundaries. But I would say that even when we're not, like if it's not a big boundary shift, they're always looking at enrollment projections and those kind of things. So they may say to the board, you may want to consider, let's say if we grew really fast, that you may want to consider adding a new school in the Northeast corridor based off these numbers. So, but it would be a standing committee that if the board is ever looking for input from a committee on any topic, you can ask for their feedback. It doesn't have to, so we're having the thought exchange on Monday, like the live one for the possible change in start times. If the board was like engage the boundary committee, or if you had a curriculum committee, we can go to those particular committees always to get feedback, but also open it up to the general community. So anytime, it would just be a standing committee that the board can get feedback from on any topic they wanted to.
I think my question is, or my thought is circulating around the title of what we would be calling it, and if that would engage people in maybe some of the other conversations. Like maybe I want to be involved because I think like I'm very supportive of this, but I also don't want to limit the title to just boundary. And then later on, we're talking to that committee about something else where someone else may have wanted to participate. And so I don't have specific title of what
You could say a board advisory committee, you could,
I'm more comfortable with that if the long-term solution is to have them involved in other potential conversations so that it does not deter people.
Well, one of the,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Drew.
I would recommend that we leave it as the boundary committee because right now we're looking at a 2-year time frame. And so if we need to make any changes later on, we can come back and do that. Right now, we need to focus in on that one specific topic, which is the boundaries. And I think that if we continue doing that, we will be engaging more parents involved in what's going on as well as other people within our community to be able to be involved. So since this is a priority, I recommend that we leave it as the boundary committee and then make changes after the two, or rather be within the 2-year frame that we're going to be operating in or after. But no, I wouldn't recommend changing it.
So, and I'll just really quickly, and then I'll get to you, Ms. Russell. Mr. Goheen was just sharing a couple of our policies that are kind of fall under this conversation around the creation of a boundary committee. Mr. Goheen?
Yes, so I just wanted to point out, and this kind of plays into the discussion you're having right now. Ultimately, the board can set up whatever type of committee it wants to set up. But in your facility expansion program, in that section F of your policies, you have two, maybe 3 policies that probably apply. One is FDB, which is long-range needs determination, and it provides for the board appointing a committee or task force to assist with, or periodically to assist with district-wide assessments, evaluate facility use, project future building needs, or to recommend facilities be closed. So that's one aspect. The other is you have a building committee under FB that talks about building committees may be appointed by the board to assess specific or general facility needs and to advise the board. I think both of those would fall within the compass of what you're trying to do if you wanted to designate either one of them in that regard, or if you want to leave it specific to boundaries, I think that's fine too. I just was pointing those out.
Thank you. Ms. Russell?
I was just going to say that what I continue to hear and why I'm stressing a different name is because I heard outside of boundary, outside of just the work that RFP is going to do, and I want to make sure that it's as inclusive as it can be. I also heard you, Ms. Drew, when you said the 2 years, but even within that 2 years, we're saying that this is a group of individuals that we can go to at any time and say, hey, use this advisory board to get feedback about this and bring it back to us. I thought that's what I heard Dr. Stubblefield just say. If I'm wrong, please correct me. And so that's why I'm just saying I am in full support of having an advisory board, but I also want to make sure that when we throw it out there, if it is going to be used for then more than just boundaries, that it is interpreted in the name as well as in the publication of what we're looking for.
Yeah, and I did not mean to cause confusion. I was just saying in other in my previous 2 districts, there was a boundary committee, a curriculum committee, an equity advisory council, but anytime there was any subject, so the boundary committee was focused on the boundaries, but whatever that came up from there, those other committees would give feedback on so that the board would make sure there was a cross-section. So when I was saying, I wasn't saying that they necessarily would be the lead on those committees, but things could be bounced off of them because they are an established committee. So, but their primary role would be boundary, looking at boundaries. I was just saying that because they're a standing committee, so for example, like we're doing the focus groups with KU, we can say, oh yeah, you can engage the boundary committee and ask them questions. That's more generically how I was speaking. So I'm sorry for any confusion that may have caused.
Can we just leave it as the boundary committee? We do have other committees, and I know you have other concerns, and we can figure out where they'll go. And, because that'll be the boundaries enough is a tough issue.
Yes.
So I think we need to leave it as that, and then if there's other concerns, figure out where they can go to those necessary committees so we can move on. And this is not to say what you're saying is not important. We got a lot of committees, and we just got to figure out where your concern would fall and then go and address that.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? If not, Ms. Smith, would you please do a roll call vote?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, no.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Before we continue on with our agenda, we will take a quick 10-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 7:32. Thank you. us a few minutes to have a quick stretch. We're going to continue with our meeting. Next up on our agenda is item number 10, board reports. We will have a report from our Department of Student Services. So would pass it along to Dr. Stubblefield if there's anything she wants to share prior to passing to Ms. Lisa Garcia-Stewart.
Thank you, President Lopez. Ms. Stewart and members of her department will give a board report, no action required. It's primarily an update on the Department of Student Services, and the board goals that it's aligned with our high expectations for student achievement, safe and respectful learning environments, and positive community relations and partnerships. Ms. Garcia-Stewart is joining us remotely.
Good evening. I'm going to screen share to put up the PowerPoint. Good evening, President Lopez, board members, and Dr. Stubblefield. Thank you for the opportunity to share a few updates from the Department of Student Services. This evening, you will hear from three of my colleagues that are from the Department of Student Services: Naomi Tolentino, that's leading the work for A2A, Angela Dunn, that's leading the work in behavioral health, and Brittany Talley, that's leading the work for Trauma Sensitive and Resilient Schools Initiative. We look forward to any feedback or questions you may have at the conclusion of our presentation as well. We welcome any questions that you want to email us as well in the essence of time. We acknowledge that the work aligns with the district priorities, the district strategic plan, and our KCKPS goals. The Department of Student Services mission is to help create a trauma-sensitive school district, build resiliency, and empower our students, staff, and community. Our department has prioritized this work under 3 domains around trauma-sensitive and resilient schools, social-emotional learning, and program support and resources. You will hear from our SEL coordinator in March, and we also provide additional services that we want to share and identified in the presentation slide from the support of the entire student services team. I will ask Naomi Tolentino to give you an update on our A2A Attend to Achieve attendance work.
Thank you, Ms. Lisa. Good evening, President Lopez, members of the board, and Dr. Stubblefield. My name is Naomi Tolentino, and I am the Program and Prevention Specialist for Student Services. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to share about one of the programs that I lead in our department, which is Attend to Achieve, also known as A2A. And at A2A, we work to bring attendance awareness to our families. I know some of the board members have attended some of the community events where we are sharing about attendance, so we appreciate that. And we are also very intentional about providing support to our schools about chronic absenteeism. When we are talking about chronic absenteeism, we're talking about those students who have missed so much school for any reason, health, behavior, suspension, that they could be at risk academically. We define that as missing 10% or more of the school year. We've been here before, we've been around for a few years as the truancy team, but we wanted to be very mindful about the shift from punitive to engagement, support, and relationship building. So we continue to work with our district attorney's office to support families and provide resources to address truancy. But we're also being very intentional about supporting schools to identify and address some of the barriers that are causing chronic absenteeism. Next slide, please. So some of the strategies that we have in place to address chronic absenteeism, we are working with all the schools to establish an attendance team. We're also working with the creation of academic plans to address academic loss. We are working to have a dashboard to provide schools the opportunity to look at their data around attendance and chronic absenteeism. And we're also are working in partnership with some community members, amazing community members, that we're going to be actually sharing and focusing about that today. So we are working with United Way of Greater Kansas City, Attendance Work, Turn the Page KC, and Red Apple Education, as it was approved by the board last June of 2021. Next slide, please. So before we're talking about some of the updates, I do want to take the opportunity to thank the board for allowing us this 3-year partnership with Attendance Work. Attendance Work is a national organization that works around the nation, across the nation, to support schools from all states, providing resources and evidence-based strategies to address chronic absenteeism. So we're very honored to be able to work with them. We also want to take a moment and thank United Way of Greater Kansas City because they're funding this partnership, and without them, we will not be here. So we thank them for their commitment to work with our community. And we also want to thank really quick Red Apple Education and Turn the Page KC, who are a very key part of this collaboration. So some updates about this partnership. We've been working with our leadership team, with Dr. Stubblefield, Dr. Campbell, the IIOs, to not only implement, but create something sustainable in our districts around addressing chronic absenteeism. We identified 20 buildings. We want to get to all of the schools, but we're going to start with 20 schools that we're going to focus this year. We've been focusing this year. We've been providing monthly meetings to each one of those schools. We have helped them create and establish an attendance team. We've been providing professional development to those attendance teams. We've been looking at their chronic absenteeism data to identify some of the barriers and also look at what are their strengths and where are some of the areas that they need support. We've also been working with our MTSS work. We want to make sure that there's coherency, right, and alignment with our priority as a district. So we've been in front of all of our administrators and principals, and we've been talking about chronic absenteeism and how we can use data to look at some of those barriers and address them and put things in place to help our students. We also been working with our TIS department to create a dashboard, and I'm very excited about this one. I won't have time to show you guys today, but please let me know if you want to see it, because we love that we have the opportunity to provide our schools with the resources so they can look at that data themselves. So a lot of exciting work, a lot of good things happening. So again, we're very excited with this partnership and what's going to happen next. If I can go to the next slide, please. So next, we're going to continue to offer professional development for our attendance team. We also want to continue to have those meetings and be intentional about continue to look at that data, but also look at what we're learning at those professional development and implement those strategies in our school. We want to continue to work with our leadership team and also with our school staff and parents to develop a plan of what's going to happen next, what's going to happen next school year. And also, we do want to be very intentional about continuing working and supporting our attendants there who are amazing, and we want to be intentional about providing professional development. So this is just for information, a lot of good things happening. We, again, appreciate a lot your support on this partnership. And if you do need more information or have questions, do not hesitate to reach out to Dr. Stubblefield or Melissa, and we'll get you the information. So I'm going to introduce you to my colleague, Ms. Angela Dunn. She is the Behavioral Health Coordinator, and she's going to be talking about our behavioral health team.
Mr. Lopez, I don't mean to harm, but I never saw any of those slides she talked about. So is it possible to get that information? Because it's not on here.
It should be, it's under board docs. Did other board members have any problems?
On here, I didn't see it here.
We'll make sure we get this, this sent over to you. I'll send it to you right now, Ms. Page.
That's what I was looking for. I thought it was on this.
Sure, I'll make
Her
sure
presentation here.
on board docs.
No, I wasn't on board docs for that. I thought it was on this. Because, I mean, I've been up and down. That's all. I was just saying, can we get that information? Or
Yeah,
tell me where to find it, because I don't see it on here.
Yeah, I think Ms. Russell's trying to help pull it up for you.
This was,
Oh, okay.
I think she missed some.
Well,
of
I
the
thought it was in
slides or something.
sequential order, but I didn't see it. So I was just trying to follow along with it. Got it.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Page. Thank you, Ms. Russell.
Good evening. Thanks so much, Naomi, and good evening, President Lopez and members of the board, Dr. Stubblefield. Thank you for this opportunity to share a brief but meaningful update with you all. As Naomi mentioned, my name is Angela Dunn. I'm a clinical social worker, and I've had the pleasure of being our district's behavioral health coordinator for the past 4 years. I have lived and worked in Wyandotte County for the past 13 years and to see the support and growth of behavioral health in our school district over the past 4 years has just been incredible. In that time, I've been honored to build this program, which has included many opportunities to testify to our state legislators, to advocate for mental health supports in our schools, and I'm really proud that our district is seen as a model for other districts in the state. We do have 56 amazing behavioral health social workers here at KCKPS. These social workers are licensed at the master's level and have specific training and expertise in mental health. Some are partially funded by our KSDE mental health intervention program and others through our general funds. Social workers provide those one-on-one interventions that are struggling for students struggling with mental health symptoms and behaviors, of course, group interventions, crisis-related interventions where a student is struggling with emotions or behaviors or statements that they're making in the classroom. Also working with teachers closely to build relationships with students in the classroom, but also to provide them some guidance and support if there's things that would be different and help a student who is struggling with some mental health needs. Unique to our social workers, unlike any other position, is that we're able to provide home visits. So if there's safety concerns or a parent is having behavioral issues with their student, or we need to problem solve basic needs, our social workers are able to go out and provide that support in the home. And one of the most important things and impactful things social workers do in our district is they provide suicide assessments. So this was a gap prior to this program launching 4 years ago, and suicide assessments is essential and life-saving. So far, in just over halfway through the school year, social workers have completed 354 suicide assessments in our district. This is an increase of 160% compared to the full school year last year, and 67% more than the full school year of the 1920 school year. This number doesn't necessarily alarm me. What alarms me is how many students may have needed this support and intervention while we were remote learning, but didn't get the help that they needed. But I'm thankful we're in person now, we're back in school, and more suicide assessments mean that more students are reaching out for help or reaching out on behalf of their friend, both of which show the connection our social workers and staff have with the students and their investment and their well-being. We have incredible partnerships with our community partners, PACES being one of them because they are our partner in the state mental health program. Students that are participating in services through the mental health intervention program through KSDE, which is a portion of our schools. And that means that PACES provides services on site, meaning the initial appointment, therapy services. But what that data shows is that 49% of the students that are participating in that program have an improvement in behavior. 37 of those students show an improvement in academic performance and grades, and 41% of those students show an improvement in attendance. So again, that's just a portion of our schools. About a quarter of them participate in that program, with PACES providing those on-site services. But we do know that it's working based on those data measures that we provide to the state. The last success I'll share with you is probably the one I'm most excited about recently. But at the beginning of the year, when we came back to school, we opened our after-school mental health care clinic. And so this is free mental health services provided to students after school, Tuesdays and Thursdays from 5 to 7. Geographically, we decided that those locations would be at Schlegel High School and Harmon High School. The providers of those services are social workers and counselors who are skilled in therapy interventions and mental health interventions. Perhaps they had that experience before they came to our district, or they're contracted through another agency and have that clinical experience. But we started that, and it's very exciting. It's wonderful to see parents and students come in and access those services. Those services are provided, and extra duty pay is paid to those social workers or counselors through our ESSER funds, and is a wonderful resource for our families who might have hesitancy to seek mental health support outside at other agencies, and are also needing just some short-term interventions perhaps to relieve some behavioral issues or mental health symptoms, or need a referral to outside agencies. As Lisa mentioned, I'm happy to answer any questions after the conclusion of our presentation, but I will turn it over to Brittany Talley. She is our amazing coordinator of trauma-sensitive and resilient schools.
Hi, Angela. Thank you so much. Good evening, President Lopez, Dr. Stubblefield, and members of the board. Like Angela said, my name is Brittany Talley, and I'm the coordinator for trauma-sensitive and resilient schools here in Kansas City, Kansas. And I just had my 3rd year anniversary on the 19th. So I'm excited to share with you what we've been working on and what our amazing teachers, administrators, and support staff have been doing in terms of creating a trauma-sensitive school district. Always before I jump in, I always want to thank my partners in this work. So the Alberta Family Wellness Initiative, Amy Wells at TASN, who I communicate with regularly, and KBC, who helped us jumpstart this work and was our initial partner in our grant. And of course, our grantor, the Wyandotte Health Foundation. So I just thought I would take a couple of minutes and review the goals from each year of this project. I shared the original goals as they were written, and I'll note any goals that were changed. So this is year 1. You'll notice the second bullet is provide stipends. But at the same time that this grant was getting started, we were lucky to have Angela come on board and hire all of those amazing social workers. So we transitioned this money into mini grants so the schools could start implementing trauma-sensitive practices right away. And so that's where that 5250 went that first year, and we continue to use mini grants to help schools get a jump start on some of those practices in the years after that. You can go to the next slide, Lisa. Thank you. In year 2, we continued to do lots of training. This was a big training year for us. And even though the last part of the second year was remote, we continued to provide training via Crowdcast or on Zoom, talking to staff virtually and providing support. We even transitioned our large summer conference to an all virtual model, and did our best to provide the same high quality professional development via, Zoom, just like this. And then we began team building and creating those opportunities for the first cluster, Wyandotte cluster, to start implementing those policies and practices. Go to the next one. In our 3rd year, we continued to train all district staff. We got to about 3,200 staff who have received the full universal training, and that is in live or in person. That's about a 5-hour training. We did offer it online, and so it was about 3.5 online because they didn't get to play as many fun brain games and things like that with me when they did it online. I'm also really excited about a lot of the collaboration that I've been able to do with other departments, including HR and professional workforce development, and in talent development. So we have added our trauma training into new employee onboarding. And so thank you to Sherry Piedmont for seeing that this was really important to keep the training process going, and also to Lindsay Schneider in professional workforce development for allowing us to be a part of new teacher orientation. So even though we have lost some of our trained staff due to turnover, we're able to recover quite a few hundred of those already just this first semester by doing the training as part of onboarding. We continually evaluate our initiative using the Trauma Sensitive Schools checklist. I have an implementation survey, which is an evaluation of how I'm helping schools. And then the Pro-Qual 5 is a quality of life survey that teachers use for themselves to see sort of where they're at risk for burnout, compassion fatigue, and compassion satisfaction. You can go ahead, Lisa. I'm really excited that we were given an opportunity to continue our work with the Wyandotte Health Foundation, and we have some really exciting and kind of lofty goals that I set for myself. So I'm, again, super excited to continue professional development, and again, that partnership with professional workforce development, where we are providing a collaborative professional development opportunity. I think it's almost monthly, called District Continuous Improvement Days on those, I think it's like the first or so Wednesday of every month. And we do those in collaboration with Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Diploma Plus. And so I love that we're able to show our staff that this work is aligned and that our departments can collaborate effectively. I'm providing scholarships for teachers to attend trainings if they are wanting to further their knowledge around trauma-sensitive schools. And then also providing our team leads and teams with pay to start having those meetings, start setting new goals for next year, because their time is valuable. And so I want them to know that the work that they're doing around this initiative means something. And one of the best ways that I found to put, my money where my mouth is to put some money where my mouth is. And so it's been a really good feedback from teachers feeling valued with that. And then sorry, Lisa, one more thing on that slide. The other thing I'm working on this semester is creating a district level trauma team. So this is our first school year where every single school building has a trauma team. So that can be anywhere from one person at some of our really small sites to up to 10 to 15 at some of our large high schools, who are continually meeting and working on creating these policies and practices at their school. So I'd love to have one at the district level. So if you're interested, let me know. And this is just more information about the trainings that we've provided. Obviously, I used to do them in person, and then we moved to live virtual, and now we have them on Frontline and in Canvas, and then recorded versions of the live virtual sessions from last year. And then we also had to do a lot of shifting during the pandemic to provide high quality professional development. So I partnered with our social emotional coordinator, who you'll hear from in March, to do Trauma Sensitive Tuesdays, which was a bi-weekly crowdcast where we brought in different speakers and talked about topics that teachers were interested in. And that was a really highly rated and successful PD. Teachers are still asking for that, but with the current school schedules, it's hard to find a time where people are available to sit for those more webinar sorts of things. Go ahead, Lisa. And here's some feedback about the training. Obviously, I've gotten bad feedback too, but I was talking to you, so I thought you would want to hear all the really good stuff. If you want to hear the bad things, I can send that to you as well. But these are training feedbacks from not just the universal training, but also from Trauma Sensitive Tuesday. The one in yellow is actually from the DCIP Wednesday. Our team leads, the ones who are really comfortable doing public speaking, feel really grateful that they are not having to create their own PD to build those skills with staff. And so they're really enjoying getting to share that with them. And then someone said it should be mandatory. Guess what? It is. So that's good news. Just some last things I wanted to share with you all. And part of that is that we are really working to make sure everybody understands that trauma sensitive and resilient schools is a process, not a product. And so it's not something we do. Schools can't show you a packet that says, I'm trauma sensitive, but it's about who we are and creating those spaces and a system where all of our stakeholders feel valued and heard. And obviously a lot of people do this for the students, but our students can only be as happy and healthy as the adults that surround them. So this includes their caregivers, obviously, but also their teachers, principals, and support staff. And often I refer back to, in the universal training, I show a video, and her name's Laura Vandernoot-Lipsky. She talks about how we work to heal ourselves as people who take on the trauma of others. And she talks about Martin Luther King's idea of a single garment of destiny, or chief self's web of life, and that basically we're all connected, and that what happens to one of us happens to all of us. And she says that if in our work, as we're tending to other parts of the web that might be damaged, if we begin to ignore or even damage our own part of the web, she calls it setting your own part of the web on fire, then the work that we're doing is not ethical, practical, or sustainable. And so I hope that as we move forward as a system, as we work to make this who we are, we remember that while our goal is to continue to improve the lives of our students, their families, and our community, the only way that we can keep doing that we can sustain that energy, is to be sure that we're attending to our own parts of the web. And that means that our trauma sensitive and resilient schools initiative must act as a ripple, right? Starting with us, starting at the board, at the district office, and making its way out to our students and community. And that sometimes means that we can't stay solely focused on grit and resilience without first acknowledging the trauma and harm done, or the trauma and harm currently happening and how it's affecting our staff, students, and community. We have to acknowledge it, and that's especially any harm that our system, right, the educational system has caused, and then we have to do something to heal, to restore, and repair that harm. And that's what we call in our village, right? That's when we work together to create a trauma-informed community. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. And I just want to thank and acknowledge Brittany and Naomi and Angela for their amazing leadership. And this is just part of the work of the Department of Student Services, but thank you for your leadership and the hard work that's been happening over the last 3 to 4 years. I do want to include additional work in the Department of Student Services, our critical incident response team. That is also in your board docs. I know on this PowerPoint it's difficult to see, so I bloated it so that you could have a copy of that. Since January of 2020, this team has responded to 32 student deaths and 16 employee deaths. The critical incident response team is equipped with fully trained counselors and social workers, but wanted you to know that we have a procedure in place and wanted to make sure you had access to that. Finally, I wanted to share a quick update around Enough is Enough. Really much of this work has been the leadership of Sharita, and I know that she is on here as well. And so just an update and overview, in addition to what Dr. Stubblefield shared, is our ongoing community partners with the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, our partnership with Thrive, which focuses on the violence component, working with youth at the school level and after school. Our collaborative initiative, which you'll hear just a little bit about after this presentation, the language support, community awareness. There's some collaboration with the foundation, our Kansas City, Kansas School District Foundation, and ongoing community forums. Last week was the student forum. We're really working to empower student voice. This Thursday will be an opportunity for parents to engage. There's banners posted at every school. There's media, and just really focusing on that community violence, mental health, the P3 app, and then Sharita's working on a culminating event to acknowledge the milestones with the Enough is Enough initiative. This is just a picture of our students that have engaged in the work and the banner. And I thank you for the opportunity that we were able to present to you. And if there are any questions, we are available to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia Stewart and team. Would open it up for board questions. You can always also submit if questions come up afterwards, if you get a chance to look into this, but want to make sure. Ms. Page?
Yeah, Mr. Lopez, do they provide any sort of counseling for our police department? Sometimes they've been put in some pretty tough situations. And for example, what happened at Carl B. Bruce, when the lady ran over do we provide counseling for them?
Oh, I will, and Lisa can add on, but all of our staff does have access to EAP, and then we also, I know Lisa's staff will support staff in those more traumatic cases like that. So yes, counseling is made available and support is.
Do we, not only when there's a situation, because what they do is stressful. And I've seen them in action, and I want to commend them because sometimes they go through a lot of unnecessary drama, and they deal with it, and they're very professional about it. And I just didn't know if we offer them something, even though to us it may not have seemed that's their job, but do we offer some ongoing, do they get professional development in that where we let them know, hey, we're behind you if you're stressed, but just bring them all together and help them kind of work through some things?
I can't speak to the professional development part being intentionally within the police department, but all of our staff has access to EAP. And if other things are happening, Lisa and her department have been a resource to the staff and are connecting staff to other resources within the community or outside of the community.
Angela and both Brittany have presented and provided professional development, coaching, responsive counseling services before, during, or following a crisis, and work closely with Chief Warren to provide the support to all of our employees, but specifically to your question, our campus police officers.
Okay. And then the counseling center that runs Tuesday and Thursday, all grade levels, and you have it at Schlegel and Harmon.
Angela?
Yes, thank you so much. It's really exciting to be able to offer that. It is at Schlegel and Harmon. Geographically, we felt like those two locations would reach the most of our students, but it is available pre-K through 12th grade for any student, free of charge, who might be struggling with something and needing those services.
Okay.
Thank you. Other questions? Ms. Russell?
We've talked a lot about COVID and the increases. Students got letters sent home, and we were closed a couple of weeks ago. Is the Kids Zone department working on avenues of childcare for parents who it does become a barrier when their students are required to be home? Is that something that we are proactively looking at?
So that's a great question. We don't provide Kids Zone during the school day. We utilize our school sites, typically the commons area or the cafeterias. So it would have to be an alternative site if we were looking to those options. However, we do partner with the Boys and Girls Club and really work to provide those options and work with the families, also with local childcare providers that we work closely with in the community. But our Kids Zone site is 7 to 9 and then 4 to 6.
Ms. Clark?
So this is actually, thank you for the presentation and everything that you've done. I just want to do a call out or a shout out to the father, one of the fathers that helped coordinate the photo at the end of our presentation today, Sheldon Harris. So I just want to call that out. The boys were excited to take this photo. My son's in the photo, so that's why I know so much. But I just wanted to call that out because he really supported this effort.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Page?
Yeah, now, one time, Ms. Garcia Stewart, you guys came and presented and said there were going to be you had talked to the kids and things that they wanted to do. Are we ever going to do that this year before the year is out, where there would be extracurricular activities for them to do? They mentioned that they had surveyed the kids and this is what they wanted, but I really haven't seen a follow-up on that.
Thank you, Ms. Brownlee Page. When we presented what they were wanting in terms of their responses to the survey, it was for those community partners to have access to our facility. Dennis Covington presented that and what those options would be for our community stakeholders without incurring additional cost. If I recall correctly, when that was presented a year ago, that was approved. The bill permits are through the Chief Financial Office. And so I don't have a number, but I can certainly work with Leandra to get that of how many we've had since then. But part of the barrier for our community partners was the access or ability to provide a request for that permit, and the board approved that so that we could have more of our community partners in after school.
But are we at, maybe I misunderstood what was said at that, but I was hoping we made it affordable for them to come in. But we have Women on the Move. I know they used to have that. And Mr. Robeson's program, when are we going to allow them? And then when the government sent out ESSER funds, some of that was supposed to go to help them come in and help do programs for us and with us. And I just haven't heard much talk of that.
So,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I can talk, Lisa. The Thrive MOU includes Women on the Move, Mr. Robeson's program, and that's upcoming for you to approve. So we are, that MOU and the expansion and us having ESSER dollars to financially support them in our different schools. There are a couple of others that on the backside we're working through that we'll bring forth as they flush out and those kind of things. And there's one other one, Lisa, I may be forgetting.
It's Heartland 180, and
180.
so they really, our partnerships really wanted to come together. Their leverage, their sustainability and capacity, and so that was not maybe a delay, but it was really strategic on their part in terms of planning, and that I'm really excited that that will be the next item following this presentation that you will have an opportunity to hear about.
And then whatever happened to Diane Clemens with her program? She has.
Right, so what we've done with these different partners is explain, what the opportunities are, and then they put together a proposal, and they typically meet with myself and Lisa and Dr. Campbell, and then we navigate to see which schools they're trying to target, what that looks like. So the Thrive one is the first one, but the opportunity is extended to other partnerships as well.
And Flan is still in our schools. Yeah. They're leveraging grant dollars for the nonprofit, and they're still working in our schools. And they were remote during the time that we were remote to continue to provide those services to our students.
Yeah. So a lot of them are happening, and then a lot of them are strategically collaborating together to bring forth a joint proposal for sustainability and to reach more kids.
And I'll just thank you for the questions. I do just want to acknowledge to the rest of the board. There were some additional questions that came in regarding some of the presentation today. We'll make sure we get those questions out to staff to get some responses and follow up with the rest of the board to make sure you have those responses as well. Thank you. Before we move on, just any final questions or comments? Seeing none, again, thank you, Ms. Garcia Stewart, and your team and department for all the great work that you continue to do for our students.
Thank you.
Okay. Next on our agenda, item 11, board updates and approvals. The first item is our Thrive MOU. This is, and I'll pass it on to Dr. Stubblefield, but addressed as one of the questions that was just asked. This is a current MOU. It's an addendum that we're bringing to the board for approval tonight.
And so this was brought to you last week as an information item. We're asking for approval tonight, and again, it's connected to the board goal, the positive community relations and partnerships. And we're leveraging ESSER dollars to have Thrive with those other organizations as a part of it, and they would, they're set to launch, I think, mid-February is the date that they gave us. So we're asking for approval on that item.
I make a motion to approve the amended Thrive MOU.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, Board. Next on the agenda is we're bringing back for approval the district independent audit. This came at our last board meeting as well.
Yeah, and again, we're just asking for approval. You received the information and report at the last meeting, so we're asking for approval today.
Make a motion that we accept the information that was provided to us regarding the district dependent audit.
Second.
It's been moved in second to approve the audited statements. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next item is our bond reference refinance renewal resolution. Again, this was brought to the board at our previous board meeting. It is up for approval tonight.
I make a motion that we approve the bond refinance resolution.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next on the agenda is an item that, again, has been brought to the board on several occasions regarding the expenditure of leftover bond funds for the Bethel Early Childhood Center.
Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Questions or comments from the board? Seeing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, board. And next on our agenda is the Washington High School elevator. So this is asking for approval for the expenditure of leftover bond funds for the addition of a passenger elevator and lifts at Washington High School.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or comments?
I have a couple of questions.
Ms. Humphries.
Dr. Teran, I'll let you come up first. Are we giving you approval to bring in architects and an ADA compliance specialist to make sure that we are putting the elevator in the best spot and doing a good job, not just slapping it up there and saying we have an elevator? That is my only concern. I want to make sure we get enough input.
Yes, ma'am. We're really asking your permission to vet all of this and do the best to take care of what appears to be a very big need for us in such a large building. And ADA compliance and all the other pieces, our architects will look at that, and the stakeholders in that building to maximize this addition.
Then you'll bring that report back to us.
We'll bring it
before we
right back to
expend?
you. Absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because we had a lot of detail on the Bethel, but not much on the Washington. I wasn't sure how far we had gotten.
Very little, because we want to get your green light to go forward and keep you informed all the way along the path.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call vote, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Teran and Doug. Our next item on the amended agenda is the modifications to the 2022-2023 calendar.
And Dr. Campbell and Dawn will come forth and just highlight what the modifications are. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. I will take that lead as we are looking at the 2020-23 amended calendar. Mr. DeRosa and I are standing before you, coming forth with this information. I am not sure if the slides are showing, but I'll keep going due to the sake of time. Legal considerations to again note is that the KSA 723115 requires the BOE to adopt a school calendar that meets the minimum 1,086 hours for seniors and 1,116 hours for our K through 11th grade students. The statute also requires the Board of Education to designate inclement weather makeup days on their school calendar, and this amended calendar adheres to the legal considerations.
Good evening. The calendar committee, just to give you a little background on this, and just as a reminder, this was a calendar that has already, this time last year, Matt Anderson and I stood in front of you and brought you a calendar that we're asking you to revise tonight. But just as a reminder, the committee is made up of 50% representatives from the district, 50% representatives from the association, which is a diverse group representing everyone from administrators to some classified members, teachers at every level. The committee considered ensuring the requirements, as Dr. Campbell mentioned, and a request to end before Memorial Day, which was the request that was given to us last year. And we were approached at the beginning of this year with some suggested revisions, so the committee took a look at it, and the joint committee suggested revisions and brought the revised calendar to the bargaining unit, which I can say that the bargaining unit of the 2,084 ballots that were sent out, 1,168 ballots were returned, which means we had a 56% return rate, so it is a valid vote. And of those that voted, 57, let me look at my numbers again, 57.31% were voted in favor of the revisions, and 42.69% voted not in favor. So the unit voted to approve the revised calendar that we're bringing you tonight. You also have in front of you a PDF version of the documents. You'll have one of the original one that you approved last year and the proposed revisions so that you can review those.
So here are some of the highlights regarding the revisions and amendments made to the 2022-23 calendar. I'm just going to give you a few seconds to review this. What's in red have been the amended areas aligned to the categories that are listed here. One of the things as you're reviewing this, I'll just point out is that for our first semester, our students will have 82 days in school. Second semester, they will have 89 days, and our staff will consistently be there 93 days for first semester and second semester to meet the 186-day requirement. As we look at seat time hours, here we have still adhered to the required guideline, have in excess of 38.08 hours for our seniors and 33.75 for our non-seniors. So at this time, the request is that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the amended 2022-23 school calendar as submitted by myself and also Mr. Dominic DeRosa, our NEA KCK president, on behalf of the calendar committee. Are there any questions?
Would open the floor up to the board for questions or comments.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing none, there's a recommendation on the floor to approve the amended calendar. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Jenny Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Campbell and Dom, for the work that you all put into this, and the rest of the staff that put work into this, and to all of our staff who voted. Thank you. Continuing with our agenda, next up is item number 12, policy review, our limited English proficiency policy, and we have, I believe, with us Ms. Jackie Rodriguez.
And as Jackie is coming, this is presented to the board as first read. No action is required tonight, but it's first read for the board.
Good evening, board. Again, this is just for a first read for recommendation. So this was prompted from a renewal of a grant that was for early childhood, and a new process in that grant was to have an LEP policy. We do not currently have a policy that focuses on our families that are limited English proficiency. And so what we submitted to the grantors for early childhood was a timeline and a plan to create one. So this is just following that timeline. But I'm happy to answer any questions in regard to the first read.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Again, no action required tonight. Any questions or comments from the board? Do we need to move? Right, okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. All right, thank you. Before we adjourn, I do need a motion to accept for first read.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Before we adjourn for the night, board, be on the lookout for an email from Ms. Smith. She will be reaching out. We may need to call a quick special meeting for a couple of approvals, including HR report. So we will try to get a date that works for the majority of the board to do so, and a couple of other items. So Ms. Smith will reach out to you to do that. Dr. Stubblefield, anything else I'm forgetting?
Would that be a Zoom meeting?
That would likely be a Zoom meeting. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's nothing else from the board, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much, staff and board members, for being with us, and committee members as well. Have a good evening.
Did you